Although I would be down to play in a campaign where Rab is the DM, at least a one shot.
It'd be a rule of cool across the board.
Oh,
Uh,
sweet.
yep, I could put up with that for a one shot.
No rules.
So
Y'all probably don't want that.
yeah, but since we're not playing in that campaign, we're playing in our Tuesday game. Which, hey guys, welcome back to our Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons game.
Ooh.
We are here with chapter 131, also known as the last chapter of the campaign. Unless you guys do something stupid, which could totally happen.
Options.
You know, never say never. But when last we met off with the I almost said hands with the golden board, we got talking about all the party names and shit. The Silver Knights of the Mythal. And they had got summoned apparently by Sarunos to Autumn, and made their way westward to the Sundown Shores, spending a little bit of time in Yandre's personal home now that he felt comfortable enough to go back there. Guys got a little bit of peek behind the Yandre curtain of his life before he went to the Prime. And then some peeps showed up saying that you are expected in Amberglen. Or Amberwatch. Also got the Amberglen is a different city. That was in the Prime material. Maybe it shows up next campaign, maybe it doesn't. That you guys are expected in Amberwatch in the north, the capital of the Sundown Shores. And when we left off with you guys getting aboard the carriage train and making your way north. But you have some time, assuming that there's nothing that you guys want to discuss on the way. You guys will arrive after around noon-ish in the city of Amberwatch, which no one except Yandre has actually visited before. Because you guys haven't actually gone to Amberwatch yet.
I've never been here.
Well, that's true. But Amberwatch is fairly similar to the city that Yandere had took you to previously that you've been through, only much larger. Dominated by a bit of a hillock with a really nice kind of cathedral-like castle on the northern side, which also serves as a lighthouse. Here you would guess this is definitely like large town type size. Doesn't rival Gordfell, but you can definitely tell that this would be the capital of the city. Was there so the carriage will make its way into the actual bailey of the castle, where you guys will be able to exit and be brought to kind of an area of the castle where some rooms were prepared, along with some waiting. I don't know that I want to look. But at this point in time, you guys are brought food and pretty much just told that at some point later on this afternoon there would be a meeting. Previous for the meeting that's supposed to take place in a couple days, just to discuss some things. But the day is yours until then.
So, what do you do for fun here?
I mean, there's a lot of things to do for fun. I mean, everything changes, so you can go get lost, try to find your way back. You can go to the shops. You can go visit the local militia, and get some training. I mean, what are you looking to do? Is the question.
I don't really know. Well, that's why I was asking, like, what do you do for fun here? But your first thing was to get lost and try to find your way back, and that's not something I consider the top tier thing. You said there's a militia, though.
Well, yes. I forget that you don't recall a lot of your engagements here previously, so I guess that's fair. But do you like surfing?
What's that?
You take a wooden plank out into the sea, and as the waves begin to crash back on the shore, you use that wooden plank to essentially ride the waves back.
I had asked my parents to install a wave pool in our old palace, but it would have just been too many people required to stand at one end and make waves.
I'm not sure your family would appreciate people making waves.
Well, I mean, when it's for our pleasure to surf, that's different than...
I don't think Volred needs to worry about that. Family is mostly dead.
Mostly.
Well, except for
My
a couple
father.
members.
Some of it
It's
was
just
by
one
choice.
member. It's like, it's mostly, it's one dude.
Right? And fuck that guy. We already decided he sucks.
That was our choice.
We lost. Two greatest enemies of that family were the father and the cook, and they're both dead.
Azal,
Hmm.
do you want to go find a tavern? We could get drunk.
Ooh, do they have like weird
Okay.
alcohol here?
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, I don't really trust the weird stuff.
Good. So we should go do that.
I'm pretty sure they would also have regular alcohol as well. Let's go find out. I'm going to look around to see. Well, do I remember any taverns nearby that we can get drunk at quickly?
I'll use face sense.
Yandere is the only person that has ever visited this city. You guys have come past here multiple times, but those of you who remember Autumn, remember that Yandere kind of avoided this place because up until recently it was home to an awful lot of the Pumpkin King's men.
Can I use
Gotcha.
my face sense to just kind of have a vision to figure out somewhere near?
John will take a piece of paper and just write down names of places that he knows to be bars in the area and hands it over to you. I'll let the DM decide what names he decides to give you.
Okay. So, yeah, you point them to a number of locations in the Clifftop District, Harbor District, Market Square. And or if you want something a little more, shall we say, lively, over at the Tide Watch Row.
Yes, lively.
Okay. 6, 3, 4. Okay. So, and who all is going?
Me.
I'll go get lost in the woods. Or go to the tavern. Whichever.
Why not both?
If I drink too much, I won't have a choice.
Hey, it's not pale ale.
I live here now. Because I can't get home.
Okay.
If you never leave, you never forget.
So,
Until I finally
heading-
leave.
Heading to the Tide Watch Row, to the location that Yandere pointed out by the sea, you find a kind of seaside shack with kind of this cobblestone base, weathered wooden shingles, kind of real rough place called the Drowned Gull. But true to the notes, the place has dimly flickering lanterns, and the sounds of music and laughter spill out from the building which has no door.
Great. We enter.
Okay. So, the place is obviously a repurposed tavern. The ceilings are quite low. Calmac basically has to squat over a little bit because literally the ceiling's only about 6 feet high.
I didn't
With
know.
impressive. Yep. But the stench of vomit and alcohol is quite present here. And the place seems to be absolutely packed with patrons, most of which appear to be sailors, fishermen, or other individuals who either live in the surrounding residences or make their life and trade on the sea. Uh, Finding a kind of ramshackle kind of table that looks mostly just like a piece of a ship that people stuck a couple legs on and scooched over in the corner, you're able to kind of cram into this tiny table. And before long, a individual who appears, or doesn't appear, he is elven in nature, though perhaps half elven, as his ears are only regular elf size, not long elf size for Eladrin, but still has certain kind of fey features that many elves do not have. And then just kind of take a look on. Speaking in Sylvan, those of you who can understand, is welcome. How is it I can help you?
What did he say?
It's okay, is all. He asks what you desire, and I look over and say, hello. We would like some drinks. What is the specialty of this establishment?
Yeah, picking up, he switches over to common. Apologies. Most of the people who come through here speak the local tongue, but I can switch. No worries. Yes, we have some options as far as the drinks. Well, are you looking for something? You kind of glancing at your outfits. There's the most refined thing that we have on availability is called Tide Rum. It's perhaps the only thing that I would be willing to serve someone of your relative means. If you're looking to drink the swill that everyone else drinks, saltwater ale is what's on tap. Alternatively, gull's breath is something that we have if you're, well, looking to try something truly unique.
I've learned to enjoy some of the more simple things in life. I will take the gull's breath.
Very well.
I'll have the saltwater one. Just a bunch of it.
Yes,
All
for
right.
me too.
Very well. And should I bring a brawler's platter to the table?
Absolutely.
Right. And then I'm not really sure who all is at the table, but more saltwater ale for everyone else, or
You said there was
The
a
rum?
third option, correct?
aye, the common drink of choice is the saltwater ale. But we do have bottles of the Tide Rum, which is more expensive. We keep it on hand for the merchants who have some coin and don't want to drink what the common people do. And then we have the particularly strong spirit of Gull's Breath.
I'll look around, realizing we don't really have a whole lot planned besides just spending time right now. I'll do the goal's breath.
All right. Well, I will go ahead and get that ready for you and bring it over along with the platter. Feel free to. Yeah.
I will point out, Kelmac or Aaron might have said he wanted to go get lost. I don't know if he actually meant he wanted to just go get lost. He wanted to wander around
Like I do.
without
Like-
speaking Sylvan.
Like one does.
You'll communicate.
It
to me.
happens.
You did ask, but I never responded. But there was a majority of the group that said yes, and I think that might have been a little assumption.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, yes. If you
were
don't, if you don't answer, they tend to assume you're going with everyone else.
Well, everyone else was talking.
We like. To
I get it. So, were you wanting to go get lost and soak up the local color?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
You can drink
anything-
anyone under the table.
Was there?
This is the
for my
strongest stuff we have.
Is
Drinks the
there
whole bottle.
anything in particular that you were looking for?
Amber Watch
Mhm.
is by the ocean.
Yeah, pretty much all the settlements in the Sundown Shores are.
Hence the shore.
I want to go walk at the beach. Is it a beach or is it like rocky
No.
shore?
There's some spots of it that are rocky shore. There's some really nice coves and grottos and caves that like Yandere could tell you about nearby. But yes, and the beaches here, some of the best in Fairy.
I will go wander.
Okay. And not all who wander are lost.
You're about to be though.
Yes, so lost.
Walks into a cave, walks out 2 weeks later. Where the hell have you been?
You got
I
cake.
found myself in the ocean.
I hurled him down to the great abyss. What are you
Well,
talking
this
about?
giant centipede tried to paralyze me, but it used poison, and poison doesn't work, so...
So I bit him. I became their kings.
Centipedes here taste like alligator.
Woo!
I don't know why. That's weird.
Land bugs.
Can't trust.
But
it,
yes,
man.
if you want to handle the drinkers,
They
are-
are.
I'm a drinker.
they are not, as of yet, drunk.
Not yet,
Not yet.
but they will be shortly. I'm sure. Okay, so here at the Drowned Gull. Yeah, so the food is brought to you in due course. Couple pitchers of the ale is brought, and then a couple glasses, kind of like tall, almost like martini glass type, of the Gull's Breath. And Volred just kind of smelling it. You can feel the nose hair singe a little bit. This is a strong drink. But it looks interesting because it's got like this kind of, it keeps circling around in a cloud, so it almost kind of like a hurricane in the glass.
Me gusta.
Speak, Goblin. I don't know I don't know French for thank you.
Merci.
Ah, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Or you can say, grand merci. Many thanks.
Just gonna drink so much of what hopefully is just ale.
Yeah, salty. A
not-
little salty.
Hopefully it's not like ale, but also 300 milligrams of caffeine. What?
Yeah, I mean, it's ale. It's strong. But yeah, a little briny. It's kind of like you assume that, like the water they use in the brewing might be seawater. And so you're like, I mean,
Probably
you wouldn't
change
want
your
it.
distill filters a little bit more often. This is salt water.
I mean, yeah, it's you would assume that most people would not like it.
Whee!
Up to you whether or not that kind of saltiness in your beer is okay. Look at it this way. You don't have to have the peanuts because it's like having the beer and the peanuts at the same time.
What if I like unsalted peanuts, and then I could just have the joy of both? I'm not eating
Yep,
bar
you can do
peanuts
that.
anyway, so.
So,
Do
okay,
we, do
and
we
then
do this often? Do we just come to bars when we come to visit the Fae?
No. We've usually not really had time to just sit and relax.
Ah, good.
I know you said you've liked that a lot.
What?
Relaxing?
Yeah. I know when we were drinking last time, you said you really liked that drink.
This?
Yeah, you loved
Yeah.
it. I look over at Kayla, I'm like, I don't remember this, just agreeing.
Caleb, I hate to tell you this, but I might have lied that time.
I figured as much,
This
which
is-
is why I said it.
I mean, it's okay. It's definitely like, you ever have a real, like, hot, like a nice thick IPA, but it's like someone worked really hard on it and you don't want to hurt their feelings?
Yeah. I understand
Not
that.
like that, only it's not something I would drink on a regular basis.
May I have a sip?
It tastes like beer and salt water, but okay.
I'm glad I got the drink that I chose.
I'm gonna see how much this takes before I start to see things.
Do you want to try this?
No, I'm pretty sure I don't want to drink strong stuff in the Fae.
Your loss.
Something in my liver tells me, stay away.
Dwarves have livers.
They're like tires, made of wood and steel.
Wood and steel. That sounds different.
It's like a wheel, but it's just reinforced.
With both.
Yes. How's your goose burp or whatever it was?
My golf drink.
your gold's breath.
You just tried it.
What?
Didn't you just have a sip? Oh, you said no.
I had
Never
the
mind.
salty thing. I'm not.
Well, you'll never know. It's okay.
Did you offer me it last time we were here?
I don't know.
No,
Okay.
I didn't.
What do you guys think is going to happen tomorrow? Or whenever this thing is?
Assassination attempt?
Wait, is that what we're here for?
No, not us trying to assassinate something, but I mean, if you always think of like the worst possible outcome, then you're never surprised when it happens.
Okay, so are we planning to defend an assassination, or are we helping?
I don't know who they are going to assassinate.
Caleb, does this make any sense to you?
She's just thinking of the worst possible scenario. I don't believe that we're at risk of that going on right now. We have recently done something really good for the people here. And I think what's going to happen is going to be a benefit from that.
Well, cheers to a good benefit.
Woo!
How does my drink taste?
You had the rum. Actually,
No.
really good.
Okay.
Or, yeah, yeah, you had the rum, right?
I had the what was it called? I can't remember the name.
The Gull's Breath.
Yeah,
think
the
it's
Ghost
the
Breath.
same
That's
as
the
mine.
rum, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yes. Actually, really good. Um, very strong. It's the kind of thing that like you feel as it drinks the whole time, but it's odd because as a mage, you drink it and you can feel the kind of tingling sensation of magic. So you get the sense that this is perhaps less alcoholic beverage and more magical potion.
Nice.
Yeah. So it almost kind of feels like a magical potion that's that can get you drunk if you drink too much of it. And you will most likely drink too much of it if you have more than a couple more sips because this shit is strong.
Then I will go right to the point of before getting drunk, and I would slow down at that point and stop.
Yep.
Because I want my faculties about me, but I do like the taste of the drink.
Okay. Okay. Anything else that you guys need to discuss?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Kamak, sorry, was there any particular place you were trying to look for?
Nothing like place particular. If there's like a neat little cave that looks like it might go deeper, I'd like
Okay.
to explore that a little. What was that look?
Just gotta write off your character right now.
Walks through, ends up back in the Winterland. Just how the fuck?
Yeah.
Um,
So, as you make your way south of Amberwatch,
I'd like to reminisce about the my afterlife experience before resurrection. Thinking back on that whole experience,
Big
since
old
it ended
tree.
with a big old tree and culminating in finding a beach.
so as asking around about the local beach option, almost unanimously you are sent south of the city, where it kind of comes out on this tall rise that you are told are called the Twilight Cliffs, and you can see kind of glancing out westward this kind of ever long expanse of like this greenish blue ocean that's frothing. The far distance you see the dark line of storms with constant meteor shower of the sea of falling stars. As you start making your way down a bit of a mountain path and the sun kind of hits the beach just right, it shimmers like a beach filled with gold dust. Have this kind of metallic color. And as the waves kind of come in and batter the shore, they suddenly sparkle like diamonds, kind of like that phosphorescent algae you sometimes see in like videos on YouTube. Like it hits and it fluoresces in a riot of color. And yes, it is simple. It's like there's an understated elegance to it that makes it feel almost normal because there's no craziness going on around you, but yet the sight is simply breathtaking.
How hard are the waves crashing on the beach? Are they like torrenting like the tide's coming in, and it's like, I know you said they're crashing.
Yeah, in pieces. There's some areas where it kind of rolls. No worse than any piece. It's not like in a storm, but you imagine that if you kind of went out farther than waist height, you might get battered just around a little bit. But yes, you could walk in the swell a little bit along the beach and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, I'll just take whatever, because I am a Leonin and I don't actually have normal feet, whatever footwear and like shin guards I'll like remove and kind of stow away and just like walk in the water and just enjoy what it is and think about all the stuff that's happened since I found this group of people in the bottom of a drainage hatch.
Yeah, that's true. You just get told to show up somewhere and you found someone in the sewer. What you doing?
What you got there?
Yeah,
A
you go
body.
and you go walking along the shore. It's kind of odd because the sand is super soft, and it does that thing when you walk on the beach that, like, as soon as the sand gets wet, it likes to basically wash out from underneath your feet, so you keep kind of sinking in a little bit. But as the sand gets dispersed, it glitters almost like every time you take a step, the ground beneath you suddenly turns to liquid gold and then disperses. It's kind of a bizarre thing, but yes. Walk along. On occasion, you can see, kind of out to sea, there's sudden, like, bursts of water that take the shape of horses for a brief moment, run along the ocean, and then return down. Similar, because you passed your check last time, right? Yeah, so you can tell these are kelpies. The same kind of weird water horse spirits that were drawing Carrion's boat last time you guys came. So, okay.
Yeah, but I'll walk along, find a cave, see what's in it, find something that actually is generally dormant in the autumn areas, and actually wake it up and realize I fucked up and maybe get eaten.
Okay.
You don't have to end your character in the first hour of this session. You know that, right?
Yep. He was taken out to sea and was never seen again. But no, yeah, the place is nice. You find a number of interesting shells, bits of sea glass, that sort of thing. Yeah, and so you can spend as much or as little time in the afternoon doing that. And then the rest of you guys at the Drowned Gull, were you guys going to do anything in particular before you head back to the castle?
Nope.
Nothing in particular, just having conversation and drinking.
Okay. All right. Yandere, what are you up to?
So just double checking on with us taking this caravan, how much time do I have before the meeting, before the official
Yeah, so just to reiterate the timeline here. You're being told that at this point, in just a few hours' time, there is a meeting that you're being asked to attend. No one has really told you what that meeting was about, but apparently that is being hosted here in Amberwatch. And then in 2 more days, there is another meeting that will be held where apparently all the barons currently seated will be in attendance. And you presume that that meeting will precede the Pumpkin King's execution. From what you've been told at this point, there will be that meeting in the morning. The barons will then travel to the Throne of Falling Leaves, and the Pumpkin King will be executed at the Throne of Falling Leaves in front of really all of autumn. But there are apparently some issues that have to be resolved before the execution.
Okay, so Yandre would take this time to kind of prepare himself for this meeting. He's refamiliarizing himself with the ways of Autumn and the ways to communicate after being in the Prime for so long. And he would also probably attempt to send a letter to the Ever-Burning Hearth to alert Tira and Callan that he has made his way back.
Yeah, easy enough. You get a letter and then ask for a wind sprite. Little pixie type entity comes in. I'll carry your message as fast as the wind. And then take the letter and kind of roll it up a little bit and hug in it, kind of like it's a giant backpack because the letter's freaking huge for this thing. And then you see it just kind of disappear.
All right. And that would be pretty much what Yandre would be spending his time during this thing that they're doing. He would spend most of his time just kind of getting reacclimated. So he might walk to like a store, walk around the area a little bit just to kind of refamiliarize himself and then come back to the place in which they're staying, write the letter, and then just prepare for this meeting.
Yeah. It's odd, Yandre. I mean, it's been a little while since you've been here. Years, which honestly means very little to an elf. And so in many ways, the place is almost exactly as you remember it. But different still. There are some buildings that you know were once homes or housed businesses that appear shuttered, whilst the general air in the city is one of exuberance, even more excitement than normal. So it's kind of odd. There's this sort of nostalgia, but just enough of knowing that the place is different. And then there's parts of it that are bitter, and then parts of it that are sweet. All in all, though, the place has seen a lot. It has weathered a lot, and you have hope that it is now on a right course and things will be fixed. So kind of you can end your travel around on a good note. So, but you return the letter. At some point, your compatriots in Zal, Volred, and so and company come back. By the way, Volred, Calum, if both of you wouldn't mind making me a Constitution saving throw against poison.
13.
Hello.
21.
I thought you said paralyzed. Like, oh no.
I'm sorry, was that a 21?
Yes, 21.
Yeah, because it's weird. I heard the bloop letting me know you rolled, but the result didn't pop up in my feed. Okay. Volred, you managed to just pass this, considering it's your first drink. But yeah, you're getting done with this little martini glass, or I guess at this point the second martini glass, and you're going, it's odd. When you go to stand up, you can feel the little bit of blurriness in your vision. You're like, shit, this stuff was stronger than you thought. But I also need you to roll me just a straight D20.
Straight.
I was about to say, can we be gay?
I
Let
mean,
in the Fae.
you can add a little bit of something to how you roll it if you want.
Dang, I should have actually brought my dice in here.
D&D Beyond doesn't have that feature.
You're right.
It was 18.
Okay. Thank you. And then Kelmac, I imagine you'll start to stay out until the gold of the sand starts to turn to bronze and then copper. Um, and when it's clear that evening is coming, pack up and make your way back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get attacked by a
Okay.
kraken.
A giant crab.
Ah, I fought mud crab stronger than you.
Yeah. The only other thing that you hear, Kelmac, when asking around and discussing with some of the locals, some people tell you of a location called the Sunken Gardens, which is apparently an underwater garden temple that's out to shore a couple miles and under the ground. You can only reach there with magic that allows you to breathe underwater, but it is a tourist attraction for people who know it's there. So people seem to like you enough, or at least they think you look Therianthrope enough to tell you about that hidden gem. Just
Oh,
saying.
wait. I don't speak Sylvan.
I mean, they speak common
You
when it's clear that you don't speak
came back
Sylvan.
to the motherland, and they're like, "Hey, you don't speak Sylvan."
Besides, you look like you're from the Summerlands anyway.
Or are they just weird and speak common?
No, they also speak Sylvan. But the point is, it's like, oh, okay, well,
Misread you.
all right. Yeah. But, yeah. And then you are able to reconvene at the Baron's Palace here in Amberwatch.
Hey, Kelmac.
Oh,
I see you have all of your hands.
why would I not?
I don't know. You seem like someone who'd go around and stick your hand in places it doesn't belong. Have you heard of noodling?
Yes,
Alright.
and I have noodled
You've got
Not
strong arms. You're probably fine.
successfully, but I have noodled. But no, I did not try to noodle out on the.
Ocean? Yeah, that'd be a
Beach.
bad place to do it. You don't never noodle on the ocean.
How did y'all go? It seems people have enjoyed their drinks.
I drink a lot of salt water.
Did you drink regular water?
It had like beer in it or something. It wasn't great,
Not.
but it was fine. That's what I expected.
I mean, if you're fine.
Caleb and Vollard had something called like goose vomit or something. Gull burp.
Bull bird.
There we go.
Bird bull.
That was really good.
It kind of affected them a little.
I
Caleb's
feel
fine.
Great.
Just a little.
Didn't bother me at all.
Caleb's an alcoholic.
We've established this.
So I think we need to get ready, Andre. Are we attending, or is it just you?
Can I look at? Is there anybody to talk to, or is there like any specific invite for this meeting? I am imagining this sounds to be like a meeting that needs to be kind of private, given the nature of discussing some errors and issues that are happening with the barony.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, especially considering the initial letter inviting you to Autumn didn't mention this.
They took our house. And
yeah,
whose
you
name
basically-
is on the lease?
Yeah, you guys got Dorothy'd. Wizard of Oz. House of
Um, I would probably say this meeting I'll do on my own. But the one for tomorrow, I think, is more of an open invitation. I'm not really sure what they're needing to discuss, but it sounds urgent and private.
So it will be.
If you need us, you know how to get a hold of us.
We kind of live here now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'll just. It's his business.
Are there any like nighttime creatures I should be aware of?
You ask questions that I don't necessarily know if I can give you the answer to. Because we fought dragons, hydras, we fought, demons, undead creatures, and the stuff that you're worried about, I'm not really sure what that is, because you were never really worried about going into battle with any of these things.
I'm usually awake for those things, and I can see him coming. Like, there was that bugbear that smacked me in the face that one time when I was asleep. That was a very rude awakening. So I want to make sure that if I'm asleep, the thing that smacks me in the face isn't something that's going to, like, rip my soul out of my body.
Well, just stay inside. Don't sleep outside, and you should be fine.
Okay.
So, Yandre, you start looking around, trying to figure out where it is you're supposed to be, and are eventually pointed to the main council chamber to meet with the provisional government. You enter this large circular room that has a giant circular table in the middle. Whole place is kind of elven, fairy, gothic in style. Most of the people here you do not recognize, except for one. It appears that Sarunos the Horned Lord is in attendance. This time wearing what kind of looks like battle armor.
As Yandre walks in, he just bows his head towards Cernus, and then looks to the rest of the group. Are they sitting or standing?
Standing at this moment, milling about, having conversations. Once you enter, it's like all eyes suddenly shift over to you.
And at this point, Yandre feels incredibly underdressed.
Well, yes, as you come in and everyone kind of takes a moment to kind of see you, one of the individuals you don't recognize, who appears to be kind of this elderly humanoid figure, with just a little bit of hint of elven ears. It also seems to have kind of like pronounced canines on his teeth. Basically is kind of standing with a large tome, and he goes, it appears our group is now complete. So, let the meeting come to order. And then he kind of tap his staff on the ground, and people begin just kind of picking up, picking chairs around the table.
Yandre will find the closest available table or chair.
Yeah. As that happens, even Cernus goes to sit down. The elderly man makes his way to a table, remaining standing. He goes, well, for those of you who do not know me, as there are a couple of new faces, I suppose I'll kick this off. My name is Theodric Loran. I am the scribe and lawmaster of records here for the barony, and I have served in this position for 173 years. So, seeing as how I am the longest running member of this governing council, it would seem it is best to kick this off. As you know, we currently do not have a baron presiding over the area, so the task of governance of this particular realm comes to us. To that end, we have any kind of gestures, starting to the individual to your left, Yandre. Kind of this, a female woman, also a Ladrin with kind of this long hair. She wears this silk gown, very expensive and embroidered with gemstones. He goes, this is Evelyn Moore. She will now serve as the Chancellor of Trade for the Sundown Shores. Her family is a prominent merchant guild members here in the city, and she will help us in matters of coin. Next to her, the newly minted captain of the watch, Alaric Haerth, and he, of course, will see to the maintenance of the protection of the city. Next to him, you will see Maria Stormtide. She is the High Priestess for the Tidespire, and, newly minted, of course, given the untimely passing of her predecessor. Then we have the Harbour Master, Alden Drake, who most of you should recognize. Then here we have the Guildmaster of Artisans, Jaina Flintbrough, who will be taking up the mantle from her predecessor as well. Then we have a new addition to the council. The People's Representative, recently elected by the good people of Amberwatch. We have our advocate. This is Liara Solbright, and she will be speaking on behalf. And then, of course, we have me, Theodric Loran, the scribe and master of record. You'll no doubt notice that we have a couple third parties interested in these proceedings. So, there is much that we have to discuss, but with the new bits of business that should proceed in the short days, there is one item that, well, sits at the top of all, I'm afraid. And while I would love to take time with this, unfortunately, time is of the essence. We must commit ourselves to the assignment of a new baron. As many of you know, the central governing tenets of Autumn, based on our commandments from the Sovereign of the Harvest, maintain that a baron must maintain control over the individual areas. And, the laws also state that the Baron must be a member of the lands which he governs, and that no Archfey or Baron or member of another land can preside in governance over another. So, that is our first order of business, as just before the execution that is to be taking place in a couple days, we obviously have to have our new Baron perform his rites of ascension at the throne, so that our judgment on the Pumpkin King is in accordance with the commandments. So, as our first order of business, the Lord Master Sarunos, Lord of the Wild Hunt, has set forth his candidate, Master Yandre, here, due to services rendered on his behalf, and therefore on all of our behalfs, seeing as how it was he and his group, who returned Cernunnos to his rightful place and, set forth the events that ended with our liberation. Now, of course, as stated, Cernunnos does not have the right to declare or assign any particular member of our faith, though Master Yandre, as I understand, is a true member of the Sundown Shores and therefore qualifies. But if there is anyone else who would wish to perhaps put forth a claimant, then we shall hear that now. And then there's a bit of silence that comes over the room. Yandre, with your insight, you can see most of the people in attendance don't really seem to care one way or the other. But there's also an element of none of these people know you. And as far as you're aware, at least, you don't come from any sort of noble background. So, finally, one individual speaks up, and that would be the harbor master, Alden Drake.
Well, I don't be denying that Mr. Yandre has done Amber Watch and the whole of the shores a good service. And it is true that he be a member of one of our own. From I understand, he was a member of the Sentinels as well. And so when time came to defend the shores, he stood up. That being said, and forgive me if I do be speaking out of turn here, Master Yandre, as I don't mean to disparage you in any way, but as far as I'm aware, you have no practical experience with governance. And there are individuals, like myself, and, perhaps Alric, or even Theodric, who certainly know the governments of this realm better than most. And so if Theodric is not willing to take up the mantle himself, I would imagine someone like myself and Alric should be the ones to take up the mantle. So I would think we're best suited for the job. No offense, of course.
No offense taken. Can I ask you a question, though?
That'd be fine.
Why are you choosing now to take up the mantle when it's being offered to someone else, when there's been an opportunity since Baron Alric and Lady Isolde, Sea Watcher, have not been present for quite some time? And I do understand that the Pumpkin King and his coup against the natural government may have caused maybe some friction to that. But the position has been open for a long time. And now you're showing interest into taking over the barony. Where was that interest when the barony needed you?
And Yandere, you can kind of see from the corner of your eyes, Jaina, the Guildmaster of Artisans, and Morella, the High Priestess. You see them both kind of smirk just a little bit, seeing as though, they bonus rep, I guess you could say. With that, the Harbor Master goes, "Oh, I don't wish to be taken non-offense, and of course, as I said, I'm fine in any case, but I served the previous barons a number of years, and if I'm frankly honest, I'm not entirely sure that I want the job, truly. But after their deaths with the Pumpkin King, the Pumpkin King allowed no authority of the barony, and
Well, I had my position of harbour master to take into consideration as well. And since the opportunity has arisen, it's not so much even that I necessarily want the position, it's just, quite frankly, I have been a member of this place for a very long time, and Amberwatch to be my home. Sundown Shores be my home, as I should, through all the rest of you. But the truth is, most of you I don't know, and I can only speak to my own motivations, not your own. Now, you are still quite young, I have to say, and, well, truth be told, I'll give you the fact that you may have done more for the Sundown Shores in the last few years than even myself, truly. But if I can speak more frankly, I think your help was certainly of use at the time when the Sundown Shore was in need of a protector, but now it needs a steward, a guardian, one who understands this place and can move forth. And, well, I'm not saying I'm the best man for the job, but I may well be the best option here in this room. Unless, well, you have different matters to believe in that, though.
Well, again, I'm not taking your seniority for granted. I do appreciate the fact that you have been a part of the Sundown Shores for so long and have led numerous events and numerous goal-driven mindsets towards the protection of its people. But you mentioned guardian, and I laugh a little at that statement because a guardian is someone who truly has the thoughts, the presence, and the need to protect its people. And I think I've shown that. I think I fit the role of guardian as somebody who was personally called on by the Horned Lord, achieved its goals, showed initiative, provided leadership, and brought peace back to all of the Sundown Shores, not just one section. Now, inexperienced I may be, but that does not mean that I don't take advice. And I just so happen to have somebody in my party who is very familiar with running governments.
After mention.
Though they may be young as well, and made some decisions in their past, I found that they have turned over a new leaf.
Sell them to me.
And find themselves in a position to where they can make do and make just with the information that they have. And, if so be it, their family. People who have genuinely ran the government. So, though I understand that you do not know me, and as you mentioned, you don't know pretty much a majority of the people here, I do feel like I fit the role. I do feel like there's a lot for me to learn, but I am in a position that will allow me to learn and lead with humility and the thought of the people behind me.
You see some uncomfortable shuffling from some members of the group. And when it looks as though several people go to speak up at once, it's the High Priestess that interjects first. Well, I must say, I was quite curious. One question I was getting ready to ask was whether or not we were all jumping the shark, and perhaps you didn't even want the job. But it seems that if it is offered, it is something you are at least interested in.
And I'll be honest, I wasn't aware of this meeting and what exactly its results would yield. And I've spent the better part of the last year in the Prime Material thinking of home, wanting to come back. There was something in me that was a drive to protect those around me, so that way I could prove to myself that I could protect those that live with me. And now that this offer has been extended, I personally feel that this is the right thing for me. And the trials and tribulations that I went through over this last year in the Prime, and some here in the Fae, have familiarized myself with what is necessary to be able to lead here. So no, I wasn't aware of the offer upon walking in here with you. But now that I am, I'm motivated to do so.
With that, the commander of the City Watch goes to speak up before the High Priestess cuts him off. Silence, Elimic. I have one more question. Perhaps it may answer things. I believe one sticking point, Master Yandere, and I do trust your sincerity. But you mentioned the Prime. There are perhaps some who are dubious at the idea of you making these achievements, considering in the end you did leave Autumn and left others to fight on, while you fought on very different battlefield and many times different fights altogether. Now, I personally would say sometimes you must take a step back before you can take a step forward. Also, I would also note that in the end, you were the one to receive results. But should others come to question, perhaps your true loyalty, after all, if you have these connections to the Prime, what is to stop you from simply abandoning the Sundown Shores and returning there should things become difficult? What might you say to them?
I never abandoned the Sundown Shores. The reason for me leaving was I was called upon to complete a task. I was called upon to complete this task to protect the citizens and citizens of Sundown Shores. As I mentioned before, I dreamed of this place, and I dreamed of returning. Just as simple as leaving, would it be as simple for me to return, but without completing my task for those who have asked of me, I would have deemed myself a failure. There's correct, I do have some loyalties in the Prime, but I don't see that as a fault. I see that as an opportunity for connection. I see that as an opportunity for us to expand our reach, to allow ourselves more opportunity, more advantages. I don't have any intention of leaving again, not at a time of need. As some Fae and Archfae do tend to travel between planes, when advantageous, I may visit again. But my home is here. And I have made that incredibly clear to those around me and those who I have made these allegiances with. So, it's as simple as asking is, I have as much motivation to leave as the rest of you, which is not other than those that I care about. I don't plan to leave anymore.
silence before the High Priestess chimes in. Well, I'm convinced. And then you see a couple other members of the council start to nod their head. Commander of the Watch seems a little perturbed. The Harbor Master seems contemplative. I do be thinking that good an answer as I could accept. After all, Carrion said he'd no be doing business with me if I gave you too hard a time, so I suppose I'll simply have to defer in this particular case. And after a couple more moments of silence, Theodric pops up. Well, it seems we have reached our quorum. So, all in favor of electing Master Yandre as the new Baron of the Sundown Shores, raise your hands. And then most hands go up. Master of the Artisan's Guild, the Harbor Master, High Priestess, Master, the Mistress of Coin. And after a few moments, Captain of the City Watch raises his hand. And then Theodric goes to raise his hand. Well, I must say, that is the fastest we have come to a resolution in centuries. Well, now that that's done, we do have some other forms of governance. And Master Yandre, since you are actually now an obligation to remain here, I'm going to have to ask that you stay and help us work through the night to figure some of these finer bits out.
Understood.
For the rest of you. Oh, go ahead.
If you don't mind. Yandre turns towards the door and casts message. He'll send a message to, let's say, Caleb. I bear good news, but I won't be able to deliver that good news this evening. Please keep an eye on everyone and stay out of trouble.
Everybody's around me, correct?
Yep.
We're just waiting.
Yep.
So I'm going to look at everybody. Just heard from Yandre. Apparently there's good news, but he's not able to tell us as of yet. But I think we're being dismissed until further notice.
What was he in there for?
I don't know.
He said he had a meeting and we're just at a Baron's house.
Yeah. He just said he had good news, but he couldn't deliver it just yet. So, and to take care for now. I'm gonna look back and cast a message back to Yandre.
Hey, you can just respond.
You could reply to this message.
Yeah, I'm going to. So, when are we supposed to be back?
Yandre is like, I'm gonna have to send another message to.
Are you using sending or message?
Yeah.
SMS.
Sending, sorry.
Oh boy, that's a lot. I thought you were just casting
the cardinal
message.
sin.
I thought you. Yeah.
Sending. That's what I meant, sorry. I was like, I'm going to have to send another message. Yandre, instead of turning around this time, faces the table and just goes, I will be here all night. You are able to go stay where the guards of the watch permit you to. I will find you when the time is necessary.
Much appreciated. I hope everything goes well. You may not reply to this message. And then I'll tell the others. So yeah, we're just gonna go find a place to stay.
I'm,
We'll,
I'm assuming there's some kind of place of residence that we were summoned to. Since the
Mhm.
meeting was in Amber Watch, there was probably some place for me to stay. So I would imagine that the guards that delivered me to the meeting would be able to help them find wherever it is that I'm supposed to be staying.
Yep, easy enough.
and then whenever we go back and chill, just gonna be waiting. Nothing really planned at the current moment.
So in my journal,
Yep.
I just write, we stayed at a bar, and then at someone's house, and then another person's house, waiting to hear what Yandere came to tell us, because there's not much that went on today. Also, there was a walrus.
Yeah, so, before too long, some servants arrive to bring you some food and then show you to rooms here in the palace. Um, yeah, they also ask if there's anything else that you guys require.
Can I get a nightcap?
Of course, we'll bring something up. Does wine work?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Okay, anything else you guys want to do? Okay.
Not at the current moment.
So, you guys attempt a long rest, which succeeds. No assassins in the middle of the night.
No shades of Cavale.
Yeah.
Good luck finding us here.
Yandere. The following morning, you are woken up a bit early to be you are kept pretty much through most of the night, ironing out new tax policies, changes to existing stuff, mostly restoration work from many places that were destroyed, how to kick the economy back up, kind of thing. Different plans. And then kind of finished off in the wee hours of the morning with tailors furiously fitting you for new garb. You are then taken to the baronial, quarters that are now yours. Large four-poster canopy bed, a whole complex, like apartment suite, that is now for you and your family.
This is a lot better than the mausoleum.
Yep. As you rest, few hours later, at the end of your trancing, as dawn begins to encroach upon the horizon, many of those same tailors return with a finished suit. It matches pretty closely to the green jacket that is typical of wear for people here in the Sundown Shores, but it is given a slightly more polished and crisp look, and embroidered with sea glass and precious metals. Definitely the fine clothing and accoutrement of a lord. You are also given kind of a very kind of thin coral diadem to wear, and a chain of office. So by the time you're done, looking awfully stately, the castle is starting to come to life, and you are informed that your group is being summoned, and they asked whether or not you wanted to take you want to break your fast here, or down in the dining hall?
The dining hall would be appropriate.
Very well. So, the rest of you are woken up at just after dawn, letting you know that breakfast is served, and that your stuff is gathered and then brought down to the feast hall, where there's a large trestle table that's been set up with a bit of a breakfast feast. As the servants are going around putting food on your plate, you hear kind of the echo of the large doors begin to close and echo, and you kind of glance over as you spot Yandere sporting very regal attire make his way into the area and start heading towards the head of the table. Yandere, what exactly did they see?
In very Yandere-like fashion, he is putting on a face. One of what appears to be stoic, hard-pressed in thought, walking through with the green suit and the chain of office and the cloak of the Silver Knights of the Mythal still donned on his back. He approaches slowly, moving up towards the head of the table, and as all the food is being served and put down on plates, and he tells everyone to sit down, and then tells all of the service people to leave. And once...
How did that door open?
The door springs to life.
I thought you were in a fall court.
No. So it's a dual door. It opens in to the dining hall.
Did you open it yourself?
I don't open it myself. No.
Heck no.
Okay, so we didn't hear a wiggle of the handle.
No wiggle of the handle on this one. Because they wouldn't let me touch the handle. So as he's telling everyone to vacate the premises, he waits until everybody is left, and then places his hands, both hands down on the head of the table, and looks at everybody. This is fucking cool, isn't it?
You seem to have upgraded a little bit.
Are you
He's clearly in charge now?
Are you a fucking politician now?
Well, I'm not fucking a politician. I am one.
Or what? Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense too. Been a strange 12 hours.
Like, as you said before, and I didn't take it very seriously, the meeting was about assigning a baron for the Sundown Shores. And I'm the baron now.
Eric, put that shit away.
Do you want to be the Baron?
At first, I was unsure. But as the discussion went on, I became quite confident of this position. And I've worked really hard to be back here and take care of the people that I love here. And this is an opportunity for me to continue to do so. So yes.
Then I support it. I am happy for you.
Thank you.
Baron Yandere doesn't have a ring to it, though.
You can refer to me as Baron Evergale.
That's better.
That has a ring.
Way
Okay.
better. Yandere is kind of starts at a high point and really tails off at the end of the name.
Thank you. I don't. It's fine. But as you can see, you guys are fully welcome to lavish in as much of this as I am. This food is for you. The dinner, breakfast. Well, the breakfast, and the living quarters until we get moving, I guess. There is something I do need to mention, though. With this position, if it's not obvious by now, I won't be returning to the Prime. At least, not with you as part of your adventuring group.
I mean, with state of title, that there's a burden of responsibility, and I know you care for your home very deeply, and good on you for taking charge, and it's more than understandable.
It's bad news. We're gonna have to remove your guild tattoo with a cheese grater, though.
I'm sure there are other ways to remove that. But if that's your tradition,
We didn't
I
get
don't think-
tattoos. I was expecting you to call me out on that, but okay.
you don't remember anything that happens here, so by the time you go back to the Prime, it's not going to matter.
Did we get tattooed? I start looking at his shoulders.
You actually have a tattoo now.
Fuck. The hell is this?
From where did you got a tattoo from? Something I can't remember, but just recently you have a tattoo
I don't like it
from
here.
the rock god up.
Oh, that's true. You do.
I have tremor.
Where you got
It
it.
freaks me
That's
out at
right.
first. I'm like, ah! Oh, wait, I know what that one is. That's not... Man, I'm really confused. That's a really good way to turn that back on me. Dude,
Like
do we
another
get
one?
Tattoos?
But until it is time to return, again, you are welcome to any privilege that I have outside of making laws for the Sundown Shores.
What if it's like a good law?
Then I'll take it into consideration.
What if it's a Volred law?
Interesting you say that. Volred, I was actually going to attempt to hold this for a more private conversation, but since the subject has been broached, the question of my experience in government was brought up as part of the discussion for my position. And in lieu of better judgment, I mentioned that there was somebody in my party who has experience in government that might be somewhat interested in taking up a role of advisor.
Are you saying nice things about me?
Whether you like it or not, I say nice things about you behind your back.
Keep saying that. Now,
Bored. Darelove. Given your new acclamation to the Feywild, and of partial concern of my own about how far these brews and potions are going to take you, would you like to stay in the Fey?
I was already considering that outside of this invitation. And to your point, I was raised to be a leader. So I think this could be a benefit to us both.
I agree. You see Yandere just kind of, okay, good. Also,
Get some cognac.
we can make that happen once I call the servants back in. But before then, the other part of that offer extends to your family, as they have found a safe place in Eladin, but given that there are still members of the government who attempted to coup your family and its office, I figured it would be better if they came and lived here in the Fae as well. It's a way for me to help protect them, and I'm sure those enemies in the Prime probably won't find them here. And it's less risk of them finding their fates in a ill-fated hand.
Such a gracious offer. The final decision will be theirs, but I will of course offer it. I'm at least going to force them to come here first, though. They won't have a choice on that.
It's understandable. Now, the rest of you, the offer still extends. I just can't really guarantee you a job until you're here. But I know that everybody has their own connections and things in the Prime, but I will dearly miss all of you if you don't come to visit or don't choose to stay.
As much as I enjoy the Feywilds, the quirkiness of itself would very quickly be lost to me. But I'm sure I can find a mage or a druid that may be able to portal me in from time to time.
Caleb?
I don't believe I will be staying here, but I do have a means of coming back as frequently as I can. And we also have a means of communication between both of us. So I think if you ever do need help, you can reach out. And I could be here in an instant.
Well, an instant could be years or seconds. You might even show up here before I ask the question.
That always boggles my mind. But yes.
Is all.
Kind of piggybacking off of what Caleb says, and Calamak, I'm sure I may have had fun here. I don't know. And yeah, I'm gonna say hard pass on staying. But anytime you need help, I'm all there. I'm not sure what I've done here, but I'm sure it was something. But yeah, call if you need me.
And I'm sure I can try to get with Ben on figuring out some way for you to retain your memories.
Like a thing, because that's been a big hassle, and I don't take great notes in this journal. And
Yeah,
Caleb, your dad's place is also apparently very irritating.
Yes, and that's part of the reason why I'm so well adjusted to the Fae.
I need
It has similar properties.
I need some normal ass shit to go to and remember it.
Speaking of which, I need to figure out.
Athoria.
I need to figure out where that leak in the Feywild is that leads to your dad's pool is happening. That is a really weird exposure that I was not prepared to deal with.
Your dad has a pool?
Yes.
You
Yes.
saw me naked there.
Hot springs.
Son of a... On a normal party.
Maybe
So I have
should,
bold
stay
jerky
near
for it, too.
you so you can remember.
That's not apparently helped in the past.
No, he saw both versions of Volred.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, all that there was to see for Volred.
I would like to remember all every time, though, and I only remember some of it. And there's other times I don't remember.
Well,
Hard pass.
again, the offer stands. At any point in time, you are truly my friends, and I will do whatever it is in my power to take care of you while you're here. Speaking of which, Yandere kind of looks over, and I'm assuming he probably sees one of the servants just kind of peeking around the corner, trying to make sure that something is taken care of if they need.
I mean,
something.
yeah, I mean, like, all you have to do is just, snap your fingers or call out and someone will be there. I mean, as private as this is, it's not as if there aren't a half dozen servants that have been hearing this whole conversation.
I look over at Volred. I look at Volred and I'm like, so what do you normally do in these particular instances when you want people to come to you, besides calling them inept? Like, what gesture?
Well, if they're in the room, you can usually just look at them and they will come over. Merely just treating their presence as anything more than just an object will get their attention. But in this case, probably a simple snap or a clap, nothing too dramatic, should alert someone.
Can I just clear my throat or something?
And you hear, and then 3 servants come in the room. First one making a line directly to you. The second one coming in and standing near the door. The third coming in, turning around and closing the door, and then flanking the other side of the door. The individual comes in, Eladrin, with kind of short hair. Yes. Oh.
First, what is your name?
The name is Daravanari. Yes, Daravanari, my lord.
Jesus.
Daravan?
Yes.
Daravan, if you could give my compatriots here something to drink to go with their food. Specifically, this one here would like some cognac. It's a prime drink, but there are some very light qualities here in the Fae. Yes, Caleb.
I look over between Yandere and Red and just point out, you do realize the flask that I gave you is unlimited cognac, right?
Well, yes, but I would like some from here.
Okay.
And
One
what
does get a little tired of the same.
And then Daravan, anything else that my friends here would like to drink as well?
Of course. I shall endeavor to bring the greatest vintages we have from the cellar below.
Thank you. That's very gracious of you.
Gracious of you, my lord. They do belong to you now.
Thank you for retrieving them.
And he goes and depart.
Dear love,
Yes.
I want you to learn everybody's name before you summon them. Not to say that you and your capabilities are inept, but here in the Fae, I want you to treat our servants as if they're our friends.
Perhaps we should have a picnic to get to know them.
I like that idea. I like that a lot.
How do you feel about corn mazes?
As long as they don't have your face on them.
No, you're correct. It should be yours.
We can talk about this a little bit later.
And unfortunately, Andre, just to remind you, that probably hits a little too close to the leaf maze that's in the barony of the Harvest Moon. Maces don't work so well here
Are
in the
you-
Feywild.
Yandere, are you the Baron of like are you the Fall Court or like I don't
My understanding is this the Baron of the Sundown Shores, which is going to be like Amberwatch, Sunset Harbor. Um, it's not all
you're
of
the
Autumn, but
scenic
it's
location.
essentially.
He's got the good taxable tourist attractions.
Oh, a lot of B&Bs
Yeah.
here.
And so, DM, where does my rule stop? Is I guess my question.
So the Sundown Shores is well. So you see the map. Pretty much, the Duskwood is neutral territory, though the section that is to the west of the river is generally deemed yours, and the Crimson Plains lies outside of that. So basically, everything west of the Barony of the Harvest Moon that doesn't have the little red grass ticks would be yours.
So Sunset Harbor, Sail Song, Amberwatch, and then the Sea of Falling Stars from this coast is
Yeah,
essentially
basically everything along the Autumn Coast. There's also Sea Glass Cove is a small fishing village that lies in between there, but it's just a small stop, so it's not on the map.
Got it.
But yeah, people go there because its beaches are made of sea glass. So
Ow.
yeah, but they make beautiful jewelry.
Well, sea glass is typically well polished and rounded over edges, so it's not like glass, it's basically big sand.
It would be like instead of the little black pebble beaches, they would be little glass pebble.
Which is just silica, which is just big sand.
Yep.
We learned things today.
Yep. But it would almost kind of feel like walking on a bunch of uncut gems.
Uncut gem.
I was John Shafty's muse for Uncut Gems.
Uncut gems.
Well, I feel like that's enough talk for now. Let's eat and have some drink. And Yandere will sit down at the head of the table and begin to eat.
So was Volraid
Oh.
like your first and only choice, or
He's Andre's second.
He's the one that has the most familiarity with government. And so, yes, he was my first choice.
Except for Izal, whose parents are literally the rulers.
But I have
Never
not-
got
She hasn't told anybody that.
No, it has, and you've mentioned like issues with how you trust your family and all that other good stuff in general family lines, and so I would much rather deal with the issues that I've seen and know how to fix versus unknown issues of people who have led stuff for a long period of time and I haven't seen. And, like,
okay? So it's like
Look,
you know there's a bad option coming from Volraid. and you
Here's
know how
what
to
it comes
counter
down
All
to,
right,
Jace.
I get it.
Volred has made a lot of enemies in the Prime, and Volred's enemies have made it very obvious that they will go after his family. So maybe a witness protection system and another plane of existence might be a good idea.
Two birds, one fey-formed stone.
he's been changing into a true fae, and this is an opportunity for him to turn a new leaf
I got you.
as the leaves fall.
Set down roots.
He's gonna give you some ideas,
Make like a tree and leave.
and then you'll be able to just judge him by those ideas. Like, that's something I would not do, and I'm not going to do that. But thank you for that kind of opinion. I get it.
And also his family will be there. So
I point out, I was not recommending myself. I'm just saying, boy, hard pull trying to bring in the person who's possibly murdered a lot of children as their decision making.
Yandere, is there a volcano around?
Okay.
no, that's in the land of summer, but not here.
Okay, because at some point I would like to go on vacation and throw some things in it. That just sounds rather fun.
Every once in a while,
Actually, I will just point out, Yandere, there is actually a volcano. If you remember, there's the Frostfire Glade in the Shattered Peaks. So yes, technically there is a volcano. It's just way south.
My apologies, dear love. You know what? Never mind. I think we'll find out over time, because I don't want you immediately acting on that thought that you just had. But anyway, we'll get you more familiar with the Sundown Shores and the realm of Alton.
Thank you.
This is going to be some work. Yes. Well, once we're finished here, I'll show you up to my living quarters. I'm sure there are other rooms, but we'll find something for you guys to be comfortable in tonight.
While we're having dinner, or actually, are we having breakfast? Yeah.
Yeah, it's breakfast.
While we're having breakfast, I'm gonna look to Kelmac and Izal, since they're the ones who are also leaving, and ask them both. So after all is said and done, what are y'all's plans?
Out of character, it's like, man, it's a good idea to say with this stuff, but like, I have a feeling I'm gonna forget what I say in the next 30 minutes and have to say it again. Like, I don't know, I've been thinking about it. I should probably just take a few minutes to register my thoughts if I fucking forget them.
That's fair.
What about you, Kelmac?
Part of me wants to go home.
Did you live near
But
Summerness?
I'll probably get dragged into the political landscape there. Not so hyped about that. Not sure yet. I might go home for a bit and just tell them, like, listen, this isn't me. But also part of me wants to hunt down every single last one of those shades until maybe I piss Cavale off enough that she actually comes and does it herself. I think that'd be a kind of great way to go. Just constantly like poking at a god until finally it can't help itself and just comes to take care of someone themselves.
That's an idea.
Would you like the cursed arrow that I have? I no longer need it.
OOC, does holding the cursed arrow do anything? Or did we
Yes.
cleanse it?
No, you did not.
Should not touch it directly.
Yes.
Could come in handy.
Well, that's up to the new Baron and his advisor? Co-Baron? Yandere?
I'm sorry?
Volred is your advisor, co-Baron?
Advisor.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure how much it would be good for a heavily cursed object to reside in the Feywild. So I can gladly take it off your hands. So it is not a looming threat.
You're talking about Starkiller.
No, the arrow.
The cursed arrow.
Oh, the other extremely cursed item that we're currently holding on to.
Yes.
don't necessarily see this as a sense of threat, or I see this as an opportunity to maintain it and keep it locked up. And as someone who has stolen from the highly guarded areas of this place, I see that there is a level of security breach that I can fix. And so the cursed items I feel would actually be safer here than to be transported back to the Prime.
Good point.
Quick
It's
point of
perfectly
order.
amenable.
You guys broke into Gordfell, not this place.
Well, I'm just saying I've stolen from a heavily guarded magical place in the Fae, so I can now take some advantages and be like, I could
And no offense, like, the Pumpkin King has a lot more safeguards on his place than here. But maybe you could fix that too.
but I can fix that.
Yeah.
So I would say we would probably be better kept with the arrow and the sword.
I wouldn't think about taking Starkiller from you. You still need something to defend yourself at all times. But yeah, I trust. It was just a thought.
On the other hand, does Yandere want to keep a blade in the Feywild that desperately seeks to kill all Fey creatures?
Yes, actually, because I don't want somebody outside of the Feywild getting their hands on it and then coming into the Feywild trying
This
to
sounds
kill it.
like a really good plot arc for a mini campaign.
You can absolutely do that. I was, and after the fact of Starkiller saying he wants to kill me, I'm like, I'm not giving this to anybody to just come hunt me down at any later point in time.
Didn't we borrow that from Godwin?
No, it was the payment, technically.
Yeah. But you were given the option to exchange it for some other.
The star
piece of
thing. The fallen star stuff. Which now
Yeah, you could get a wish, a fragment of the fallen star for a wish, or you could get a 9th level gate spell.
but now I am the Baron of the Sea of Fallen Stars, so I can just send you back with one of those fragments and you can just get your thing anyway.
Also,
Good
With-
thinking, Baron.
also, if anybody tries to usurp Yandere, bunk.
You have that thing is not gonna fight for Yandere.
That's-
That
that's
thing hates
super funny.
him.
It's
I don't know. It might not care if the people who are trying to kill Yandere are Fey. It might take Fey blood where it can get Fey blood.
Exactly.
Literally just be like, hey, so are you a Fey lineage, perchance?
You're gonna get attacked by a Therianthrope, and
Yeah.
it's gonna go to that thing and try to kill you.
And then so be it.
Then you call in the reinforcements.
But yeah, I know they're gonna be hard to track, but just gotta try to follow the signs.
I mean, I'm gonna piss off the Shady Cavale. That's a great idea. I think we took out like her strongest ones though, so
But I don't want a being's servants causing undue sadness upon people in the sorry, OOC, I'm trying to think of like how to
I'm just
say
sitting
it.
here thinking, you think Volred's dad's death was undue?
He's talking about
There are probably some.
Caleb's response to that.
I mean, they're not humanitarians. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Caleb's response to that. I do understand how you feel about that. And I will definitely be keeping an eye on the Shades as well as Cavale to see if she makes any movement towards us. But at the current moment, the followers of Cavail are weak. She is scrambling, at least as much as a god can scramble. If we were to take her down, somebody else would take her place. That is the way of gods. I'm not saying I'm against you taking her on. Just think about the consequences of such an action.
Oh, I fully intend to ruin her good times, because her good times are a lot of people's bad times. That is the goal. Because I can't think of a better story than someone constantly giving an all-powerful goddess the finger all the time.
What if you, like, instead of going after all the shades of Cavail and then the god themselves, you just kept going out and protecting all the people the shade was after?
Like bait?
I don't know, it's like they're after this X person and you find out and then you are around that person for a very long time and you just thwart them left and right, and then they're kind of effed in that situation. So they gotta abandon that contract because killing the shades, like, that's fine, and you're not really gonna
ruining their reputation.
It's like, oh, you didn't succeed on this thing. Then you can investigate the person who put the contract out on them, and you can go take care of that. Because I'll be honest with you, fighting gods typically not the best of times.
I didn't think it was gonna be a good time.
They kind of cheat, like, a lot. I mean, they operate by different rules than we do. I'm down for a good time, though. I mean, whatever. Just saying, that's a lot of work for very little payout.
No, I agree. It's a better course of action to ruin the reputation of
F up their books, though. That'd really be fun.
Take it easy with books.
Kill them through Parliament.
Fun. But yeah, I would support you in that, and if you do need help, you can reach out.
Well, there you go, Yandere. But I do need to visit my family first. They haven't seen me in a while.
Several days.
And then however long the time dilation between here and the material will be.
There's a time? Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Yeah, sometimes
I don't want to know. I'm pretty sure I'm
a day here can either be like an hour back there.
I remember that
or
part.
It could be a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've come back and shit's been different. Full moons and crap.
Tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
He's all still salty about that one.
You sure that's not just the ale? Okay, anything else you guys wanted to do before you go about your day?
Nope. Caleb's done with his inquiries.
No, later.
Yeah. I'm good. I'm not saying my plans while we're in a place I'll forget not to say it twice.
I really wanted you to say it in the Feywild, and then I could bring it up to you outside of the Feywild once you forgot.
I'll write it down on a letter for Yandere and Volred if they're staying, so they can know what my plan is.
Okay. All right. Well, seems like now's a good time to go ahead and go to break, and then we'll get on with the festivities when we return.
Break time. See you all.
Break
15
time.
minutes.
kill them all.
Combat!
You said no combat, but let's roll. I mean, level 15.
I mean,
Let's go fight
yeah,
some
I guess
mud
that's
crabs.
true. He's all
Roll.
packed up a little bit.
Roll
Don't
for
use
Castle
that.
Brawl.
I'll fight some.
Uh,
I'll drunkenly fight some servants. Let's
Roll
see.
for BBEG.
It was the butler with the candlestick.
Oh, look, it's Cthulhu.
Roll
Hey.
for combat with the Tree Lord.
Okay. So, breakfast continues on.
Breakfast.
Then you guys spend some additional time today, either together or separate. But before long, as you guys are congregated up in the noble apartments, you are approached by Dervin and invited to a meeting to attend. And you are told that your compatriots are free to join should they wish, but the primary purpose of said meeting is to announce your ascension to Baron. So, then following the meeting, the procession shall continue on towards the Throne of Falling Leaves, where you will take your oaths in the throne and pass judgment on the Pumpkin King. So,
Should give him a pardon.
Yandre, the day passes like a whirlwind. The palace is filled absolutely to the brim with individuals. You meet the members of the council yet again, numerous merchants in the city, major proprietors, noble families, hundreds of individuals whose names and faces just bleed together, especially given the crazy whirlwind that has been the last couple days. Everyone seems to be more or less impressed with you, and on the surface seems quite excited towards the start of your reign. You do get the slight intonations, the sort of passive-aggressive comments that nobility can sometimes make. Other individuals talking up other members of the council that they were sure were going to get the job instead of you. Most of them just seem to be trying very hard not to look too shocked that this person that they didn't even know was in the running so easily became Baron. But as the evening goes to end, and your guests, most of your guests start to depart. Those that remain start lining up in the carriages to begin the trek to the Throne of Falling Leaves. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to do prior to leaving the Sundown Shores?
At this point, no. Yandre, though, being introduced as the new Baron, would walk around and greet everyone as such, just to establish connection, but is not intending on making a big scene at this time. He would familiarize himself with faces and nobility, and just mention simply like, I look forward to working with you to kind of better this barony as it is, and just kind of hope for your input. Just kind of make general gestures to everybody as like a peace offering, especially those who appear to be mumbling to some of the other heads, and just leave it at that.
Okay. So, yes, you managed to, at least as far as you can tell, navigate the evening at least satisfactorily. There are no fires, no threats of coup, and as far as you can tell, no one's planning on assassinating you yet. But yes, as the procession makes its way eastward along the road, leaving the Sundown Shores, passing through the barony of the Harvest Moon. You can see the distant city of Gordfell. At this point in time, fireworks shooting up and filling the night sky with light. And you guys travel largely through the evening before near dawn, cresting over the Amberwood to the north, you find yourself at the Throne of Falling Leaves. And it seems your group was not the first to arrive, but another caravan of individuals who were in the process of disembarking and setting up that bear the emblem of the barony of the Harvest Moon. All, of course, individuals you don't.
And we've exited our caravan. We're now simply just walking into the building. I would assume at this point.
Well, building, yes, in the sense that it's the large hall that's contained inside the heart of this tree.
Yeah, walking into
but,
the building.
Yes. But as that happens, you start noticing, kind of glancing along the Crimson Plains, you see other caravans of what look like people that are traveling far and wide throughout autumn to come here. Leading you to believe that very soon this place is going to start looking awfully packed. Several individuals are in the process of building a gallows out in front of the throne, as well as some speaking area. But as you are preparing to head towards the throne, another group of individuals that were from the Harvest Moon approach you. You notice one individual, an Eladrin, like yourself, with this kind of long, like jet black hair, bearing the bright red coat and symbols of office of the barony of the Harvest Moon. You assume this to be the new Baron. Starts heading over to you upon recognition that you have arrived. As he does, a couple of your retainers just kind of bow in the presence of this new Baron, and he kind of stops about 10 feet away from you and begins in Sylvan, "Ah, you must be the new Baron of the Sundown Shores, yes?"
And then Sylvan, I will return. Yes, recently elected. Very recently. And may I ask who I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Of course. He goes and lays out one hand, bows very formally, and then begins to step in to shake your hand. "The name's Faranduin. I am the new Baron of the Harvest Moon. Recently elected, like yourself. I've had the job for perhaps only 4 or 5 days now."
Well, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Baron Everdell.
Ah, yes. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. I wanted to, of course, meet you in person before everyone else arrives to begin to apologize, first off, for the obvious missteps of the previous regime. I have already given the order for my troops to vacate the Sundown Shores. Hopefully, the lion's share of the group has already done so, and will continue to do so. It is, of course, my fervent wish that, as along with the commandments and accords set forth by the sovereign, Sundown Shores shall be returned to the Sundown Shores. So, I just want to make sure that you know who I am, so that if any issues come up during the transition back to the rightful ownership, you have a name and face.
It's greatly appreciative. And rest assured, any people of the Baron of the Harvest Moon are welcome upon the lands of the Sundown Shores, should they be diplomatic. If there are any issues, I will not hesitate to reach out. And I hope the same for you.
Indeed. One thing, and of course we don't need to discuss this now, but something I would ask in some short order. It is my understanding that you have knowledge of some sensitive areas of my palace. Uh, I would appreciate if you could disclose some of that. Uh, Not that I don't trust you, but if there's obvious issues of security that need to be resolved, I would like to handle that.
Well, there are some glaring openings in your security, but um, we should definitely discuss. I don't know if right now is the most appropriate time.
Of course. It's simply both of us have a full ledger at the moment. So I can't say for certain when the next time I'll be able to see you is, and just wanted to, well, put that out there so that if in the future I reach out, you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Well, given our new positions, I imagine that it won't be very frequent that we'll have the opportunity to engage, but that doesn't mean that I won't make a pilgrimage out to your lands. Um, Say once we've handled a majority of the issues here, I expect to travel soon.
Well, looking forward to it, as I've heard you are a traveler of planes. Wouldn't mind sharing some stories. So, but, and as he starts to kind of talk again, you see the Horned Lord, the master of the Wild Hunt, start to approach the two of you. And then yonder, you can kind of see beyond him in the background, in kind of a really nice set of robes, hair and beard kind of tied together a little bit, seeming really uncomfortable, is the brewer of Enchanted Nectars, who is in the process of like flipping through a book and then going, who's obviously far overdressed than what he's used to.
Yandre will stop his conversation with the Baron and immediately turn towards Ceranos. And
Yes,
bow his
and,
head.
and you'll see Ferranda will bow.
Horned Lord,
It is best that we begin the oath-taking ceremony here before the crowd gets too thick. It's also quite lengthy. Brewer was like, ah!
Yes. Yes. Sari, what do you need?
It's time to brew the elixir.
Oh!
Yes, okay. I'm just going to, and he like starts grabbing his bag. I'm just gonna go get set up inside. I'll let you know what I'm. Then he starts kind of shimmying off. Well, it's good that you two have met. But come. And looks over to your compatriots. I'm sorry, but they're not permitted to enter the throne.
Sir, I understand. I do have one that is being appointed as my advisor. Is there any way that they would be able to join?
You see Sarunas' eyes kind of look over to Volred. And he kind of takes a look at Volred.
That dude's fucked up.
That dude is hot as shit.
It's
That
like,
dude is hot.
Jesus.
No, you get the sense like Sarunas is staring like really intently in Volred's eyes.
You hired a drug addict?
And then at the moment, kind of looks back towards the brewer, who's kind of at this point just making his way into the throne. And it's like, yes, might be best.
Thank you, Lord.
All he's thinking is time for some regulations.
Yeah, and that's that. He
Random
kind of
drug
looks back.
testing.
Yeah, he kind of then kind of looks over at Tiandre. Are you aware to the extent of your friend's condition?
I understand that it is progressing, and as someone who is not native to our lands, He is experiencing a lot of information and a lot of change in a short period of time. And it's best to keep an eye on him should that change go awry.
Indeed. And he looks down. Also, your metamorphosis is far greater than what an outsider normally undergoes when they spend time here. I'm afraid I may once have to count you among my ranks. Well, at any rate, come on now.
And Yandere will turn to everyone else and is all Kelmac and Kalen and is like, I apologize. It is not my intention to leave you out amongst the crowd, but I will at least see that you have a standing somewhere. I would recommend following the guard, and Yandere will look over at the guard and just simply say, please make sure they are taken care of. They should be treated as an esteemed guest, and keep an eye on them still.
Damn.
And the guard just simply goes, I swear it on the trees, my lord.
On the trees. And then Yandere will look at everybody else and say, as the leaves fall.
And as we're leaving, I'll say, enjoy your moment. You deserve it.
Calmac, there was a lot of Sylvan being spoken. I was really confused.
So,
I assume it's the
Yandere.
default Sylvan, like, every time.
Yeah. Yes, unless it's like a named NPC that you guys have interacted with that knows for a fact that you guys don't speak it. But Yandere, Volred, you and Ferranduil are taken up a series of steps, which are just like thick pieces of roots that have been tamed to grow sideways, kind of like large railroad ties or like telephone poles that have just been kind of stacked to serve as buffers for dirt. But as you ascend this kind of large half-circle dais before a large Gothic arch door, the posts and lintels are actually just pieces of wood that kind of come down and almost kind of slightly obscure but also frame the door, which at this point in time is a brilliant mosaic of gemstone and precious metals that depict a large tree. And to one side of the tree, you see a nondescript man carved in the relief who seems to wear a shining crown of amber-colored leaves. And on the other side, you see another figure. This figure is actually completely unknown to you, Yandere. This one appears to be some kind of another form, clothed in black and night. But also, nondescript. As Ceranos goes and places his hand on the door, you see there's a little bit of energy. Your face sense kind of ripples out, and then there's a little bit of a shudder as the doors begin to open inward. Ceranos turns and goes, the first of the commandments you need to understand. None but one of the Archfey, or a Baron, good standing, who's received the authority, may ever enter the throne. No others. Is that understood?
Understood.
Good. And then he makes his way into the throne. As you do, you watch large crystals of amber suddenly flare up, lighting a space with tinges of yellow and orange and red. The space, circular in size, vaunting several dozen feet tall and gathering together in a single pointed arch like a vaulted ceiling, framed in columns made of wood. Beautiful marble floor. On the back, a raised dais with a single throne
looks as though it was made for a giant. Also carved in like kind of Celtic knotwork, to look as though it was hewn from a single piece of wood itself. And indeed, there are leaves and flowers that kind of stretch out from the throne, though the flowers are currently closed and not opened. Other than that, you guys can feel powerful Fey energy here. It kind of suffuses the entire area, and there is a sense of this is the beating heart of autumn. Most of that power that you feel seems to be radiating off that throne, which, I mean, obviously the Sovereign of the Harvest has been missing for longer than just about anyone in Autumn can remember, but still, his power seems to linger here. And as the three of you are led into this chamber, Cyrano kind of stops a moment, his gaze kind of lingering on the throne. You know, I was present when the Sovereign received his authority on that throne. One of the oldest beings in all of Fairy, in fact. Older than Titania or even Mab. Do not mind saying that I eagerly await the day that my friend returns to claim his throne. But, in his absence, the commandments say that the stewardship of the realm shall fall to the barons. That is your job. Looking at this now specifically to Yandere and Ferandril. You begin a journey today to stand in as members of the voice of the Sovereign. When you take your oaths in this hall, a piece of the Sovereign's authority, the authority to govern, will be granted. In a way, it is kind of like the power of an Archfey, though not so grand. But it should aid you in the stewardship and defense of your realm. Together, the barons can make decisions on behalf of Autumn. And a land without a baron is a land that cannot receive the Sovereign's grace or protection. So you see, this is why the appointment of new barons is to be taken with utmost haste. So, I cannot fully explain to you the changes that will begin to take place once you have taken your oaths, but the changes will depend largely on the oath itself. So, I shall be here to guide you with whatever insight I can, but I should point out that I may reside here in Autumn, but I am not a creature of Autumn. I, like most of the Elder Archfey, inhabit the realm of Avalon, which none of you will ever see. He looks over to Volred. Well, some of you may. At any rate, the ritual goes as follows. One at a time, you'll approach and place your hands upon the throne. You will speak your oath to the Sovereign. What you swear is going to be up to you. But the Sovereign, wherever he may be, if he accepts your oath, you will be granted authority. It is as simple as that. If you receive your authority, that shows your right to rule over your respective realms. Fail to receive the authority, and, well,
we shall search for a new baron. So, who wishes to go first?
Yandre will look over. I'm sorry, Ferrell.
That just
I
got a
can't
hard
speak
ass.
hard.
Let me put it in there. Ferrandruil. And
Ferrandruil.
Ferran.
I'm gonna go Farah.
Grill.
Spelled like Fuddruckers.
TGI Fridays. Hey, Awesome Blossom, you do first.
Chili's big breakfast.
Yeah.
Damn, we would not. If we did a can you spell this name, not a soul would have got that one right.
At all.
That has
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
know, yeah.
consonants.
Yeah, but it's just like you have Thranduil, in the Lord of the Rings.
Ah,
but
the
in,
common name, Thranduil.
yeah.
But to put
But
a
instead of the
put
TH,
a
you add
fua
Fey.
in
It's
front of it.
Feyranduil.
I'm
But
gonna
anyway.
make an elf, and I'm just gonna name him Dave. All right?
Fuck you!
Dave
Just
the
to
elf.
really.
Can't wait.
Really?
Next campaign.
What you mean to say, Aaron, is you're going to create a character and you're going to suggest naming him Dave, and
No.
I'll tell you whether or not you can do that or not.
He was adopted by some humans, so.
That's the point. Human
Yeah,
named him
well.
Dave.
As long as you don't name him Craig. That
Fuck.
name is now stolen. It is a name that players cannot be.
Thank you,
What
off
if I make a
jokes.
tavern? What if I make a monk tavern brawler named Craig?
It might be the same Craig.
Nope, Craig is now a permanent NPC name that I just get to bring up whenever I want. So, anyway, with that, Thranduil goes, well, if you don't mind,
Sure.
he goes, wouldn't this look really awkward if, after we went through all of this conversation, I made it all the way up there and didn't get my authority? I suppose I can see why the Horned Lord wanted to do this privately. I don't know how I would do this if there were 10,000 people out there. Oh well. Wish me luck. And he approaches the throne, kind of deliberately at first, but as he gets closer, you see him kind of slow his pace a little bit. Perhaps worried, perhaps hit with the awe of the throne's power so close. You don't know. But, nonetheless, he does kind of climb the dais, place his hand on the throne, and you start to hear the muttered whisperings, lasting only a few moments. You see the amber in the room light up just a little bit. Small orbs of light starting to materialize, drift down, and then settle upon him. There's a brief moment where that light seems to suffuse his entire being, and then fade. As that happens, you see Thranduil kind of turn back to you, his eyes now a kind of brilliant shade of amber. Well, was certainly interesting. As he begins to step down the dais. I won't lie to you, Baron Evergale. It's an odd feeling. And then the Horn Lord kind of glances over to you, Yandre. I really hope you know your oath. But if it's anything like what you said last night, I think you'll be fine.
So, no pressure.
Well, I will say that if you fail to get the authority, it makes me look bad. So don't do that.
Sure.
No, really.
Don't do that.
Don't fuck up.
I don't have any intention to.
All right.
Yandere will look back over at Volred and just kind of like nod at him, and just kind of also necessarily like shrug his shoulders. It's like, okay, this is about as serious as it's gonna get. So if something bad happens, you don't get to talk about it afterwards.
I just nod.
Okay.
Yandere will attempt to approach the throne slowly.
Okay. Yeah, you approach the throne. As you get about 10 feet off, you start to slow, almost as if that aura of power you felt earlier starts to hit you a little harder. And you can hear the sound of the heartbeat. Thinking at first it might be your own. No. It's as if this throne is quite literally the beating heart of autumn. And oddly, you feel a presence. It's, in a way, it's kind of like the godlike presence that you have felt before when dealing with Calum, but this does not feel like celestial, divine, heavenly energy come down. It's more like how Volred explains a Fey sense. It's almost like the area around the earth itself is what you're connected to. And all at once you feel connected to something much larger than yourself, but it also makes you feel so very small.
With that, Yandere will attempt to touch the throne.
Okay. You place your hand upon the throne. It's warm.
And then from here, Yandere will bow his head and begin speaking. He will say, I, Yandere Evergill, swear to stand in the gap for those of the Sundown Shores, protect and govern its people and its inhabitants, and as a guardian, with honor and due respect to the sovereign and leaders that claim the powers of the lands, rest in me as a herald of the Sundown Shores, through the lands and as the leaves fall. I pledge my allegiance to you.
Moment. You see the amber crystals above flare up in light. Orbs begin to fall. They touch your shoulders. But not a light touch. It's almost as if warm hands are gone and placed on your shoulder. Just a little bit of pressure, as if being embraced before fading.
Yandere will attempt to remove his hand from the throne.
You can remove it just fine.
Does he feel any different?
You feel lighter. And there's a piece of you that piece of you that was you before you went to the Prime starts to be reinforced a little bit more. Not such that you've become a new being, but it almost kind of feels like you are more firmly anchored here. As if your time with your friends on the Prime material somehow feels like a bit more of a distant memory. Fond, still razor sharp in your mind, but at least a little bit the memory of another time.
Yandre will take a deep breath and turn back to Volred and the Lord of the Hunt.
Okay. Volred, you can see as Yandre looks back, his eyes are bright amber.
Yandre
And
just
Volred,
quickly.
Yes.
if you wouldn't mind rolling me a d20 at disadvantage.
I feel like I could just blame Ben if something goes wrong. Because it's really his fault.
7.
Wait a minute, this is my favorite customer. Fuck.
7. Volred, as you're standing in this space, and as the oaths began, with Ferranduil first, and then more so with Yandre, you start to feel a little anxious in the space. Your face sense starts to impress upon you. At first, the area beyond this sanctum has now faded away, and there is only this time, this place. And you seem to feel the power in the throne perhaps more strongly than Yandre or Ferranduil.
Okay.
There's that feeling lingers, but you manage to shrug it off as Yandre is coming back. You're able, and the light, from the ambers begins to dim a little bit more. You're able to just kind of shake it off a little bit. It's almost kind of like like a slight queasy feeling where it's like, okay, have I drank too much caffeine or something? There's a buzz in you that just lies just under the surface. When your focus is elsewhere, you can kind of crowd it out, but when you're alone, the feeling returns, and it's about all you can focus on.
Are you saying this is like existing here on out?
It's what you feel at the moment.
Okay.
But Yandre, you return to the group. With your passive insight, you can tell that something is bothering Volred a little bit. There's also something about him that seems to have changed yet again. His physique is a little thinner. He stands slightly taller. There's a little more tone to his muscles. And if possible, he takes on a slightly more ephemeral quality that honestly makes him look even hotter. Just saying. But the biggest thing is when you stand in his presence, he almost smells like autumn.
What's wrong, friend?
When I focus on the throne, I feel a tingly sensation of some kind.
And as you're talking, you can literally see Yandre's eyes just like darting to all of the things that have changed. Are you a tingling feeling?
Like a warmth, a heightened sensation of focus on the power of that throne.
Is Cyrano still around?
Yes, he's watching your conversation with Volred very closely.
Horned Lord.
Yes.
You do recall that we both have an understanding of their loves changing, happening relatively fast. I think the exposure to the throne is causing it to accelerate more.
It is.
Do you sense more of the Archfey power in him now than before?
I can tell you that your friend is on the very cusp of the Archfey. At this rate, it will not be long before he begins a full changing. One can say he's not even truly elven anymore. He is far more in common with me.
What changes will I expect?
Well, that will partially depend on your court. We Archfey are somewhat beings of self-actualization. We tend to take on aspects based on our own proclivities and self-understanding. So, I can't say for certain, but there are some things that will remain. For one, you may find your behavior a bit more erratic. You may develop an intense desire to sate your curiosity over things you don't know, especially where magic is involved. And you may begin to influence the Fey area around you, either based on your own whims or even your mood.
You just, in the background, as you're talking to Darelove, you just hear Yonder go, "Oh no." As soon as you were like proclivities and stuff, it's just, "Oh no."
In time, when you fully come into your own power, you will warp fairy around you and create a demimon, sort of half-world that will be yours to rule, much like any gods would be. Mine is the Glooming Thicket. As you know, the Keeper of the Fading Light has the Watchtower. Ben has his workshop. Even the Archfey that presides over the Shifting Market has the market itself. But we are beings of chaos.
I was already a being of chaos, so I don't quite mind this.
Yonder will just kind of reach up and put his hand on Darelove's shoulder and just say, "When you get your winery, at least send me something to drink."
Well, who knows? Perhaps you won't even finally dwell here in autumn. You could perhaps have your own domain of delight, serving, well, alongside the debauched ones. But who can say?
Those amber eyes begin to squint.
Does this mean I will have followers of some kind?
You may. In time, if your presence and influence stretches out far enough, some in the prime material may even begin to rever you as a god. But that may take some time. No, it sounds like, oh my god, no!
So glad I don't hear this shit.
Yandere quickly mentions to Dearlove, we should speak with your mother and siblings relatively quickly about the decision to stay here, but also at some point or another leaving them in my care if they should stay.
Will I not be able to care for them?
You won't be a being of the Court of Autumn. You will be able to travel back and forth, but if you become an Archfey, lesser or greater, your place is in Avalon, not here.
That is a good point. One day you will feel a desire to travel to Avalon. It lies at the boundary of all three of the seasonal Fey realms. It is where us Archfey gather from time to time. Well, it is a great gathering, the Fey. And, well, attendance is mandatory.
Well, that's a lot to take in right now. I will see you then at some other point. Yandere, can we go?
If the Horned Lord permits me to leave at this point, then yes.
Yes. Kind of looking. It would seem the crowd has begun to gather outside. There will be some time to meet with the other barons. And then once all are here, we will begin with the, well, final business.
And then at that point, Yandere will politely usher Volred out and begin walking back out.
Okay. As you walk out, that raised area that sits before the door of the throne is now no longer empty. There are several individuals that appear now to be in attendance. One, a sort of corvid, Kenku-looking individual who wears this kind of flowing purple robe. You would know, Yandere, that this would be the Baroness of the Hollowed Halls. Kind of to the southeast of here. You also see the Baron of the Silvered Waters. And you also see, Baron Baronesson with his... yes, this large, and Kelmac, you can kind of see this 9-foot tall bear folk with kind of shaggy light brown hair. He's got a monocle and this kind of plaid suit of varying yellow and browns. He has this kind of fluffy mustache that kind of comes out into curly cues and has a large pipe in his mouth one. Yes, this new crop is... Oh, there they are! And you see him kind of lumber over to you. And then Randall, he kind of reaches out, switching the pipe to the other hand, and then reaches out with the others to yours. Hand first, Yandere. This massive paw that kind of grasps you, hold him. Welcome. I am Baron Barrington. Get it? I'm a baron. And you look at the other barons who just roll their eyes. You get the sense that that joke comes up every time he meets someone new. Apologies. In case it wasn't obvious. And then his attention switches over to Ferranduil. You meet the other kind of barons in turn. The Baron of the Moonlit Grove and Winding Vines slowly start kind of making their appearance. People, you got to mill about. People get a little disquieted, waiting for the Baron of the Shattered Peaks, who does eventually show up. This large goose-kin individual, going through, nice, plump, kind of Elizabethan style dress. Your big old hoop skirt, which you assume is really more to hide the heavy bottom, because it's got like the little buttress in the back. But as introductions are made and everyone is present, the Horned Lord is milling about the group of you. And as the sun starts reaching high noon, or at least as high noon as it gets in autumn, some of the shifting begins to happen as individuals start making their way towards the stage. And it's clear that the main event is about to begin. Oh dear God.
Kelmac, I can't see. Where's Yandre at?
So, yeah, he's all in your group as you guys watch. The individuals up at top kind of start to line up in kind of a curved line so that all can be seen. Serenos, the Horned Lord, kind of moves out in front and then kind of steps off to the side, so that focus can be on the Barons. While a very familiar figure of the Pumpkin King is slowly pulled out in chains to the front of the pillory, and is kind of made to kneel. As that happens and the Horned Lord kind of turns to address the group, silence starts to fall. Only the sound of wind and the rustling of leaves amongst a cascade of slowly falling red around you. And in a booming voice, Serenos reaches out, "Autumn! We come here today to pass judgment on the Pumpkin King, who once stood here and swore oaths to the throne to serve the best interests of Autumn and to ever be the defender of the barony of the Harvest Moon. He has forsaken his oath. He has defied the commandments. He took over the Sundown Shores, slaughtered their baron, usurped the land, and then through terror attempted to seize the other baronies. Now, he has been forsaken. I would, of course, have stepped in, but unfortunately I too was taken, well, a part of the Pumpkin King's plan. And I was made to perform unspeakable acts against you and members of the other Fey realms. But with the aid of the new Baron of the Sundown Shores, I was made whole. Now that Master Yandre Evergale has been named Baron of the Sundown Shores, and Varanduel Mayale has been named Baron of the Harvest Moon, we are once again complete. All here, and gesturing the barons, have received their authority of the throne, and now are able to pass judgment. Barons, how say you?
Anderson.
Yeah. And you see first the Baron of the Moonlit Grove. Just look around. Guilty. Baron of the Winding Vines. Guilty. Baron of the Whispering Willows. Guilty. Baron of the Silvered Marsh. Guilty. Baron of the Hollowed Halls. Fry him! There's a little bit of chuckle in the crowd.
Who the fuck is that?
Baron of the Shattered Peaks. Guilty. Baron of the Ever-Burning Hearth. Guilty. Baron of the Harvest Moon. Guilty. Baron of the Sundown Shores.
Guilty.
Well, by unanimous vote, the barons who have been granted authority over Autumn have forsaken you for your misdeeds. There is nothing left but to carry out the sentence. And with that, you see the Horn Lord kind of reach over as another individual wearing like a goat's head helm and leather hide armor moves forward with a box, opens it up. Yandere being the closest to Sarunas, you can see the very familiar, lithe shape of the Horn of the Hunt. Sarunas, the Horn Lord, reaches out, grasps his horn. Pumpkin King, I, Sarunas, the Horn Lord, Huntsmaster of the Wild Hunt, do sentence you to 1,000 years of hunting from the Wild Hunt. Your spirit shall roam throughout all of Faerie. Myself and my cavalcade shall hunt you to the ends of the earth. 100 times you shall die. So mote it be. And he goes and puts the horn to his lips and blows. A cacophonous boom. Centers, you can actually feel the ground shake beneath you a little bit. And then you watch as the clouds in the sky suddenly turn dark. And in the distance, horns and the baying of horses. Sarunas, the Horn Lord, reaches down, grabs the Pumpkin King, yanks him up to his feet, throws him down the stairs. If I was you, I would start running. With that, the Pumpkin King, face full of terror, suddenly comes to his feet and takes off running across the Crimson Plains. Many members of the crowd break away to start moving along. Some individuals mount horses and begin to ride alongside the hunt as they begin to sweep through the area. More and more of the Fae joining the hunt, as is customary.
Are we supposed to do that? There's no horse.
No, I think it's just a them thing. We're just kind of here,
Okay.
giving Yandere and Volred support.
As the hunt begins to move farther and farther away, and the action begins to shift elsewhere, some individuals start to begin getting together and celebrating. Couple of the barons, now seemingly bored with the day's festivities, start to break off. You see Baron Baronison kind of shaking his head. Grim task this day, but necessary. Well,
I suppose I'll spend some time with some other individuals and put off my journey back through the Howling Steppe a bit. After all, Hearthstone can do without me for a day or two. It's been a while since I've been to Gortfell, and first, though, and kind of glancing back at the throne of falling leaves, I suppose now is as good a time as any to renew my oath. And you see him start making his way towards the throne.
Baron,
He kind of looks back. Oh, yes.
Your barony resides over the ever-burning hearth, correct?
It does indeed. Yes, in totality.
I wanted to thank you. As you took in a couple of exiles and protected them throughout all of this. Though it may not have been an open allegiance or anything, a lot of people from the Sundown Shores found residence under your barony. I would hope that you would allow them and tell them when you go back that it is safe to return.
Well, I do what I must, Baron's son. The ever-burning hearth is a refuge for all. The purpose that barony serves, and I am honored to continue that tradition. So long as there are those who need respite, Hearthstone and the ever-burning will be there to give respite and rest. As for your compatriots, I have notified already any who are from down the shores that they were free to return. Most, I understand, have either begun the trek back already or have come here to the throne. So, it's possible that whoever you're thinking of is either home or here.
That's good news. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's fine. Just seems to me to be an excellent time to contemplate and figure out the best way to move forward. In that sense, I certainly look forward to seeing what you and Baron Moon will be able to do.
Appreciate your confidence.
Well, you seem good eggs. And you see him kind of make his way to the front door. And as she kind of says goodbye, he goes, as the leaves fall, though I'm not much a fan of goodbyes. And as he places his giant paw on the door, you see the door begin to crack and open up again, recognizing his authority.
Gondre kind of lingers a bit, still looking out, like in that area where they were looking out amongst the crowd. He turns quickly, just kind of doing a quick precursory glance, trying to see if he spots any familiar faces. And in the act of just doing that quick glance over what I would presume to be hundreds upon even thousands of people, Yandre will turn and head back to the door, placing his hand on the door to see if it opens.
As you place your hand on the door, there's a brief moment where you feel almost something pass through your hand, and the door shudders and begins to open.
And he will find his way back to his friends.
Okay. So, as you are there, kind of doing a glance, as I said, most people start to file out a little bit.
as you're kind of glancing around with the knowledge of what Lord Baronison told you, you do kind of look down, and in the distance you see the very familiar, though frantic faces of a man and woman who appear to be having a spirited argument with Dervin, who seems very intent on not letting them pass, despite their insistence on being permitted to do so.
Well, then Yandere instead will take a very rushed and hurried detour to where Dervin is.
Okay. It's like, hey, God! Ooh, hold up one second. did this guy pick up the phone just to put me right back on hold? Asshole.
Pretty much.
But yes, you start to fly down the steps of the throne, heading down to the kind of grassy shelf that surrounds the throne, looking down into the sections that would be the Whispering Willows. Your eyes, as you kind of make it halfway down the stairs, lock on Tia's. And there's a moment where the arguing stops as both Tia and Callan glance up at you. Dervin, recognizing that he is no longer the center of attention here, he goes, "What?" And begins to kind of break away from them for a moment to turn. My lord, I have instructed them that this is not the proper place to give you a petition.
Dervin, it's okay. You can leave.
Come on, my lord. He turns and steps aside. Guards part. Jin and Cal, sitting at the bottom of the stairs, pausing, just looking up to you. There's a measure in their eyes. Two things. First off, there's a measure of it trying to figure out whether or not you're real. Perhaps reinforced by the fact that you look different than the last time you saw them. I mean, perhaps only superficially so, but your bearing, your clothing, your eyes, and perhaps a few extra worry or laugh lines on your face.
You got my letters.
Tia goes to speak, but seems to be fumbling over the words before Callan just kind of reaches out, places a shoulder. We did indeed. Though, to be honest, not nearly so much as we expected.
It was difficult to not write more, but there was a risk involved of things being traced and putting you in more than harm's way.
Well, still, I would think you could. And then Tia just kind of breaks up, and she's just kind of half sobbing as she's just moving towards you, just trying to embrace you in a hug.
And Yandere will simply open his arms.
Callan kind of sits a moment, glancing around, trying to remain a bit stoic himself. That lasts all of like 3 seconds. Before he goes, God, it's good to see you. And goes to embrace both of you, all of you, in this little 3-person hug.
Triangle?
I was going to say threesome hug, but you're right. Triangle is better.
Triangle it is.
For once, I'm not the one being
Take that,
dirty
Eric.
here.
Well, you know, sometimes I'm not properly caffeinated. Dr. Pepper, if you'd like to help out with that, hit me up for a sponsorship.
Right on that.
After a quick embrace, Yandere will simply put his hands on both of their faces and just say, "It has been too long, and we have much to catch up on. but you two have protected me through some very dire times, and you don't even know that you've done it. It is so good to see you.
And with that, Tia at this point is full on cry mode. Unusual considering her. I mean, yeah, you understand.
Domineering personality.
I would say forceful, assertive. Yeah.
Dominatrix.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
She wear the same clothes. Okay.
But Callan sits there and goes, well, it certainly looks as though you got a better tailor since last we met. Also, I heard Baron Bernison mention you're a baron now?
As I said, we have a lot to catch up on. But in lieu of that, there are going to be a lot of special privileges you're about to start having. Namely, an upgrade to our living quarters, and, well, I'll look back over to Dervin. I can't even what is his name?
Dervin.
Dervin, okay, I'll make sure I got it right. Look back over to Dervin as, Dervin, you'll treat them the same way that you treat me, as they are new residents of the barony of the Sundown Shores. So
there's a moment where Dervin kind of regards. You can tell he kind of picks up. He goes, "Of course, Lord, I will ever endeavor to make Lord Callan and Lady Tia's requirements. Their will shall be my own."
Well, we were going to start off by correcting that it's Lady Tira, not Tia.
Oh, yes, of course. 1,000 apologies.
You just see her in the background. Yeah.
I've been just standing there.
You just walked up.
No, I followed you, and I'm just kind of like, I'm not too far away. I'm not necessarily uncomfortably close, but it's definitely like one of those.
Someone
like,
watching from the side.
Yeah.
I'm just with my passive perception. I'm just like, Tira, Callan, you have some people you need to meet. I will also say, don't be taken aback too much by the appearance of the one that's standing directly behind me. It is a little off-putting, but it is distracting, to say none the least. But we don't give him a big head about it. Okay? Great. Dear love.
Yes, Andre.
You should meet Tira and Callan officially. You've seen the visage of them quite a few times, but this is them.
Oh, these are your partners.
Yes.
Yeah. Callan kind of regards you somewhat skeptically, Volred. Tira is kind of looking at you, looks up and down, and then her eyes kind of just look over at you, Yandere, an accusatory look.
I did nothing. He did it himself.
And how long have you been traveling with this?
Prime time, or you're talking Fey time?
Oh, God. You're making qualifications on a statement.
I'm sorry, is there something wrong?
No, dear love. Simply, let's go rejoin the rest of our group, shall we?
Of course.
And it was like Yandere walking just a little ahead of Tira and Callan, gets close to Darelove and just like, you unintentionally are making this very difficult for me on my first reunion with the people that I love and care about. And I know you don't mean it, but you know you're hella attractive in the Feywild, and this is frustrating. So can we please just keep this as simple as possible, especially since you will be living with me and Tira and Callan. I didn't think that through. So, yes.
I will separate myself and give physical space for the moment.
You don't have to, but thank you.
He's about to become a fourth.
So, after some time, your party regroups. More introductions are complete.
Oh shit, you're the ones from the spell.
Well,
I picked up some interesting traits in the Prime. Some more magical capabilities that I didn't necessarily have while I was here. We, again, have a lot to discuss.
oh, well, we can discuss it. Would be interested to learn.
But yes, this is Izal, Kelmac, and Caleb.
The fuck happened to Volred?
More Fey magic. It's going to continue to happen, Izal. You probably won't remember when you go back to the Prime, but just...
Do I look different?
I don't have
No.
They
it.
look different every 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's for those of you, it's more of like a presence. You know, he's got like a certain magnetism to
It's
him.
a feel,
that's like,
not
okay.
a look.
Yeah.
But
You're
Um,
Tira and Callan, right?
Yes, I'm Callum. This is, and you see Tira looking at you. Yes. Hi, I'm Tira. And who are you? Kind of looking at you, looking at Andre again, like another one.
I'm Izal. Yandre does like crazy cleric stuff, and then the spell he used, he focuses in, draws in like the people he cares about the most, and like you two are the figures that were doing it. And you were killing a bunch of stuff. It was super cool, and I was a little concerned. I thought you all were dead because he does a lot of ghost stuff, and I was like, oh no, these like haunted figures of his past. But you're here and you're alive, and I'm really excited that you're just here.
see, the people I care the most about.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. My name is Caleb.
And she kind of looks you up and down, Caleb. Tira. And she reaches out to shake your hand, clearly deciding you're not a threat.
I'll accept that.
It is very easy to assume the lividity nature of his life companions, because he does deal with a lot of ghost stuff. I am Kelmac. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Oh, well. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Kind of looking up. Well, you knew anyone from the summer?
I'm not from here.
No, he's domesticated.
And on that, just so I'm clear,
Oh.
I've never met any of you before, have I?
No.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, both Tira and Callan are kind of looking over at you, Yandria, like, they're like,
I would make this as awkward for
okay.
Yandere as possible.
It's a spell that I picked up in the like everybody's noticing all the changes with Volred, but nobody has mentioned in this group about the changes in Yandere. So he's a little bit like
I try to,
flustered because he's like,
His eyes still
I try to
glowing?
not look directly into your eyes,
Yeah.
okay?
I thought they had gone away.
he's like,
No.
he's looking at
all,
Volred.
all of the barons have shining amber eyes.
Okay, at that moment, because I was looking at Yandre's companions, I will now look at Yandre. Yon, is something wrong with your eyes?
Finally, God, you guys don't ask questions about anything
What are you
until
doing?
something
Holy
glaring
shit!
happens in front of you.
It's dangerous to assume.
Glowing eyes on someone you've never seen have glow. Well, I've had glowing eyes
I
a couple
point
of times.
at
but not-
Volred. I thought this was just a Fae thing, and I knew you were being a Baron, and I don't assume things about regality in other realms.
but at least say it's cool. Like,
It is pretty. It's pretty sweet. I mean, it really
So,
goes
are
with the
your-
whole autumn thing.
Are your eyes always going to be that from now on?
that's the assumption. I haven't seen a Baron that doesn't have amber eyes, actually.
If we
That is-
hypothetically took out an eye and replaced it with like a fake prosthetic, would magic just make it look like it was browned over, or?
Ambered, and I don't know. I'm not planning on losing an eye.
Well, you never plan to lose an eye, and sometimes it just happens.
I knew one dude who had a surgery for it, but that was under extreme circumstances. But just let me know in the future if you ever lose an eye, if it is brown.
Yandere just kind of like tucks his head and then like starts brushing the brow of his nose and just kind of speaking to Tira and Callan. Is like, I promise you have nothing to worry about because this is what I've had to deal with for the last time in the Prime.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm sure it won't rub off. So, is it like bothering your eyes?
No, it's not. It's fine. Is there something you guys would like to do while we're here and we're celebrating and have festivities? Maybe go visit Ben again? Or there's some... No, never mind. Dear love, no more Ben. No more Ben.
Why not?
Not until we figure out exactly what's happening with you. Let's hold off on consuming more nectars.
Ben the drug dealer?
Maybe he has something that like can actually get me drunk.
The brewer of enchanted nectars. He's not a drug dealer.
Well, there was that other.
You're kind
drug.
of-
And there's that
kinda
brief
drunk.
moment where, like, Tira and Callan kind of look over. What? You met the brewer?
Multiple times at this point, and quite frankly, I'm sure we will have many more run-ins with him now. You just let's go
30
enjoy the festivities.
30 minutes ago, before the thing.
We are causing a scene in the middle of the place where I just got announced a Baron. Can we please just keep some kind of humility and civility here? Can we go enjoy the festivities? Please.
Was that guy actually a bear earlier that I saw up there?
Yes.
I'll like start making room for Yandere to walk through and just I don't know what you're throwing a big fuss about. I think we're all being very civil here. And just
Alright.
talk to you as you walk
We
by.
just have questions.
S&M crew, assemble. Let's give Yandere a little space.
I don't want space. I want you guys to come and celebrate. Just please join me. We're going to the court. We're going to have a mild celebration and in the night having as much fun as possible while keeping my new persona in mind. I still want to enjoy this moment with you all.
Is there gonna be a ball?
All right.
I mean, there's dances around bonfires if you want to consider that a ball, but
That's good dancing.
It's a shindig.
Okay. I promise I will let loose, have a good time, but not impeach upon your barony. Is that the word?
barony, but close enough. It's fine. I'm sure with a couple of additional drinks, it'll be Baranini for you anyway.
So we pronounce it. Okay.
So, festivities continue, and along with a couple other days in autumn,
Shit.
as the festivities move on, Yandere and Volred and everyone start kind of settling some things. You guys maybe hit up some of the local locations, but by then you guys start trying to think about what's next.
So, what now?
I don't remember shit for the last 2 days. I got a little too far.
You should probably not let Izal interact with dryads anymore.
Did you continue down your family line,
No, what does that mean?
cutting down things of elvish nature, like Trents and dryads or anything of plant life? Did you have an altercation? You told me about this, and I read the book.
No, I have not cut down any dryads, trents, living trees, living bushes, living shrubs, living organisms without them being a threat to me first. Because trees have thoughts, and that was loosely covered in the textbooks. But I kind of learned that kind of on my own.
Well, I can say so
I
far.
did make some bad choices with some dryads earlier. I vaguely remember. But I did not prune any hedges, if that's what you're asking.
You didn't prune any hedges, so you kept your oaths to your lady. So
My what now?
girlfriend.
I don't... Well, our relationship's a little different from what normally would be, but we're fine. What did I do with it? Did I do something to a dryad? I need more information, Calmac. Please.
As I take a bottle of like extremely strong liquor and just drink like it's water, just
I could use some water. Can I have some of that?
Now
it's
you're
not
just
water.
showing off.
You know, we can talk to Ben and talk about seeing if we can get this removed. Though, if I am going to be a pain in the neck for shades, I should probably keep it.
This tastes like straight rubbing alcohol. What the fuck are you drinking?
Listen. I'm trying to see if there is something that can get through whatever this enchantment is.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't want to cough.
You used to water down your alcohol.
Yes.
So now you're just drinking it without any risk of getting drunk.
It's extreme.
I don't see the problem.
I feel like if I cough, I'll start a fire. What the fuck is it? Anyway. Oh.
Back to what Yandri was saying. Any ideas of what's next?
Well, from what I can see, Yandra, you've got a great family here. I'm so glad we could bring you back to it. Volred,
Yes.
could you button up the top button on your shirt, please? That clavicle's too much.
Apologies. And I go to buckle it, and it immediately just kind of unbuckles.
Oh, Faye, shit. I'll work my way through. You got a great advisor, as long as he just keeps in mind that his father made a lot of interesting decisions. I'm sure he's a great person to bounce ideas off of. I wish the best of luck to you. You need help killing something, I'm all here for you. If you need help staging a fundraiser, not the person.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
I will miss you guys. I'll be sure to visit often.
Please, come whenever. I might not be here the next time you're back.
I don't want to make any promises that I can't literally remember, so I'm just gonna stand pat.
Well, that'd be the time to make the promise.
Nah, cause you guys are Fey barons and handsome fuckers. I don't know if that's gonna come back to bite me in the ass.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, is all.
I haven't fought a beholder yet, though.
We haven't
you
fought a
remember.
beholder.
Have I fought a beholder here? Are there fey
No.
beholders? Do they do even weirder stuff?
I guess you'll have to wander around and find out.
Nope, I'm gonna leave. If that's an option, I'm just gonna leave.
But it's glad to me to see a family restored and a family saved. And I know you'll be a much needed presence here in the Fae, Andre.
And to all of you, thank you for always being there to help with my family dilemmas. They would not have been safe without your help, and for that I am forever in your debt. So, if you do come back and want to do some really crazy archfey shit, just find me.
We don't know if you'll be an archfey at that point in time.
I'm just assuming generalities. If you come back and I'm still here, it'll be a great time too.
I look forward to it. And I will give both of them a hug.
Yandere returns the hug.
That's. So, Caleb, what's your plans when we go back?
Spend time with Morgan.
The Death God?
Yes.
Those death booty calls. Okay.
I expect you will be spending time with your girlfriend as well.
Yeah, but mine's a little easier. I can walk down the street for it. You have to.
I have plans for that, though.
Okay.
Speaking of which, Caleb, Devin, can you bring me the item that I requested?
Of course, my lord.
Every once in a while,
And
every once in a while, I'm hastily scribbling down in my journal, trying to just record these last information. It's like, I'm not gonna remember shit. I just know it.
Andre, Devin returns with a beautiful green wood box with silver edge banding and sets it down. The artifact you requested.
Thank you, Devin. Yandere goes to pick it up and holds it in his hand while walking back over to Caleb. Caleb, this is a gift that is twofold for me. A way to make due on a promise that I made to someone, and another way for me to maintain being your wingman, even though I am not in the same plane of existence as you are. Here. And he hands over that box to you.
All right, and Caleb will inspect the box.
It's trapped.
And then he will open it.
Boom.
Yandere,
Blade shift.
did you have something specific you wanted the ring?
Yeah, it's fine. So as you open the box, you will see what appears to be a coral-colored ring with a falling star diamond encrusted in it. And it's the same color as the diadem that Yandere currently wears as the Baron of the Sundown Shores. And he looks to you and just simply says, Morgan deserves more gifts. But she doesn't have to know that this gift is from me. It's more an opportunity for you to treat her right and do better by her. It is also my way of completing my promise to watch over you. I will continue to do so while you're here in the Fae, but in the Prime, I'm going to have to pass that duty off now.
Thank you. And thank you for being there when I needed you.
I always will be.
And I do have something to bestow onto the three of you. There should be still quite some funds available at the Sanctum for when we slayed that dragon. Which, Yandere, I assume I don't need the money here, correct?
He's looking around and like just everything that's been lavished upon him just in the last 24 hours. I think we'll do just fine.
Should be quite a sum of money. You can split it. Oh, and then finally, and I rustle through my bag and I take out a 250 gold note to that bank that I gave them money for investments. I don't really know what this is worth, but hopefully it's enough to do something stupid with.
I think we've accrued enough money to do a lot of stupid shit with.
Oh, so you don't want any more
Hey,
gifts?
hey. Some people have relationships.
I'm sure I can get a relationship someday.
Let me do this one last thing before we part. Because technically I still owe you both, well, all three of you, for the sword that I claimed gift over. So, Devin, can you grab 2 of the falling stars that are about yay big?
We'll bring up a couple from the collection.
I'm sure that would be enough to turn into our wizard friend to allow you guys to have payment for Star Killer and also something for yourselves. Caleb, I apologize. I just gave you a ring that automatically had a falling star in it, so I would imagine that is all, and Kelmac should probably utilize these gifts.
I am perfectly fine with what you gave me. I appreciate it.
Great.
Devin returns. Yep. Devin returns with a wooden box that contains 2 smaller fist-sized pieces.
I will also say that this comes with a caveat that I am now deeded to protect the resources of this area. So, should you need more, don't ask.
Okay. We won't ask you directly for more falling stars.
You're not going to remember how you got it anyway, so it's
Shit.
fine.
So, I'll write this down. I got a falling star. Fuck it. Let's wing it.
Oh, and Caleb, one final thing. Tell
Yes?
Valerian to call me. He still owes me a private education session.
I will let him know, and I will let him know where you are.
That sounds like a threat.
More of a private one-on-one session.
I don't know.
That seems kind of weird.
Oh,
Doesn't seem like he has kids around him all the time.
Don't make it weird.
let's not do that. I've arranged for transportation for all of you to head back to the Prime. So whenever you're ready, be happy to send you off myself.
Okay. Well, I know Caleb mentioned he's gonna go on like dates with his god friend or whatever, and Calamax's gonna go pick a fight with a deity or ruin their bank accounts or something.
I'm gonna ruin their credit score.
Oh hell yeah! Really hit him hard. In the event that you guys ever need anything over here, I don't like coming to the Fae, mostly because it's just a blank slate. I have no idea what goes on really. If you need anything, we're all parts of the same guild. I mean, I'm here for you. If something happens to Volred, Yandere, either your friends, family members, let me know. I'll be here as quick as I can. Kayla might be preoccupied. I might have to go pawn something, but I'll be here for you.
We'll keep you on the guild ledger.
Yeah, but we'll just make it tax exempt. We'll probably make something in there because diplomatic things and cross-planar things. I mean, we're like the highest ranking guild that they have down here. I don't think they're going to make much of a fuss about it.
Seeing as how we have to be leashed by the...
Oh, that's going to be a bitch to deal with because, like, I'm missing...
Where are your other two friends? Well,
I'll handle it
one's
myself.
the Baron in the
Is it gonna
Feywild,
be
and
an
one's
issue?
a blossoming Archfey.
I'm not going to...
On that note,
I'm probably not going to put that in the report by omission of I don't remember.
on that note, I think it is time for us to make our leave.
Oh, did they put the door back?
For the... We have to go back to, like, Wandering Market or some shit. What if it moved?
No, you don't. You are all taken care of here.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, well, at your leisure,
I will
Baron.
get up. I'm going to run up and hug Yandere. I'm very strong. I'm going to pick him up. I'm going to waddle my way over to Volred. As Volred tries to evade me, I also grab him.
You probably slip a hand up the robe.
It's like, he's so fit.
You are so lucky that you're at Incallan.
I'm not filling up Yandere.
Yeah, it's Volred. It's not you.
It's a weird thing. Like, I've seen Volred a lot, but I've also not seen Volred a lot. It's like, I feel like I've missed out on so much.
You've seen a lot of Volred, though.
It's like you
Goodbye,
don't know
dog.
what memories are real and what aren't.
Good and bad.
Here's the question, though: has anything changed on Volred
Physically?
naked now that he has a 20 charisma?
Nobody knows. At least none of us yet.
Yep.
He feels amazing. That's what I know.
Valeria might know soon.
Hopefully.
If you need a chaperone, let me know. Thank you both.
I will
Okay.
give very passionate handshakes into a quick hug, bro hug.
Once you go for the bro hug, I will
Hug.
come in from behind and hug you both into each other.
You don't even have you won't even have to do that. So as soon as Kelmec does that and gives him a hug,
I wanted to see full body.
Yandere wraps his arms around him, and as he's like kind of patting him on his armor and stuff, I was like, "Thank you for saving my life. I owe you a greater debt than anybody else here, and I want you to know that anytime you come back to the Fae, you are always welcome here. And your journey and your service, no matter what that is not only a favor to me, but the favor to those around you. You are greatly important to me, and I want you to know that."
Well, you know what they say: a favor to a Fey creature is a binding contract.
Oh, by the way,
this was.
by the way, I didn't actually put a fake contract on you about the gambling. You could have gambled at any time, but just know it was better for you this way, at least.
Yes.
Spring Hill Dowd won 3 in a row.
Yeah.
I pick up Caleb and start walking him towards Yandere and Volred, like from behind with arms open. Forcing me.
Arms wide open.
Hug them, Caleb. Hug them.
I'll give him another hug. I was the one that gave him the first hugs.
It's not good enough.
Another one.
Another one.
All right. After the hug fest, Yandere, you kind of reach out and pull out the medallion that was given to you by Seranos, walking over to the door, grasping hold, jiggling the handle maybe just a little bit. And then you open the door to this room, and instead of the sunlit hallway, you see a dark, dimly lit interior of Sweet Nut Manor.
Oh Lord, how long have we been gone?
I don't.
Won't know until you go through.
Ooh, I'll go through cobwebs, yes, no. Dusty smell, yes, no.
All right, so you guys are going through.
I am.
Okay, I need
Oh no.
Izal, Kelmac, Volred, and Calum to all roll me a
I
d20.
think Volred's staying.
I need 4 d20s, and so
Just a D20.
18.
I don't think
13.
16.
Probably determining how long it's been.
Man.
Yep.
I step
Yeah,
through
you go.
first. All of a sudden, you see me move at like a maddening fast pace as
ages
hours
7
trickle
years.
by.
Izal,
A D20.
Yep.
Here we go. 14.
14. Okay, who's missing?
I
roll-
said 16.
18.
14.
2 14s, a 16, and an 18.
Oh no.
Okay. Okay. So, the door opens, and you guys are brought into Sweet Nut Manor. Door kind of closing behind you.
Bye.
Place looks like it's been empty for a little while. And at this point in time, there's a slight chill in the house.
Eric, what's the real question we want to know?
I look
You guys
outside.
have been gone. It looks like the season has changed. And just kind of quick letting you know, you guys have been gone for 7 weeks.
Oh no.
Mother.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. Because I remember the last game we played, we were gone for a week and we were gone for 2 years.
Yeah. So, in this instance, summer is now over. It is turning over into fall, into autumn, one might say.
That's ironic.
As the door is closing, Yandere will look over as it's beginning to like shut and just say, "As the leaves fall." And as the door shuts, before all the magic dissipates, you hear a jiggling of the handle, and then it's done.
We really gotta get a lid on this, like, time difference thing.
Eric, what is the save to remember?
That's a good question. I need a wisdom saving throw for you.
15 plus 1 is all finally remembers.
Plus
It was
3.
DC 10.
I
By the
know.
way.
I've rolled so bad. I was going to ignore your plus 3.
It's fitting. It's fitting.
And she remembers everything. I was like, That was fucking weird.
Your memories are a little hazy,
It's the
but
first time.
yeah.
What's so weird? Why is it
You-
cold?
Judging by the trees that are now changing
Starting to
color,
lose leaves. Yeah.
it is fall.
Fuck. Wait,
Check your book.
I remember the ceremony. He's a baron? Volred's hotter? He's got...
I don't know about
Yandere
that.
has at least 2 friends. And a walrus person.
I don't think Yandere has a walrus person.
I'm pretty sure we met him in the hut. He showed up and I said, holy fuck, what the hell is that? He said, hey, that's mean. And then he said, hey, I'll cop in his boat. I normally have a really good memory.
But yeah, Kayla is gonna look outside and see if he can tell how long it's been since.
Yeah,
You left.
see, you assume it's been a couple months. And then
I
just a
go
quick
check
point
the
of order,
mail.
Izal. You only remember this last time you were in the Feywild.
That was the last time. We met his walrus
Yeah, he was
friend.
just making sure. That
The walrus friend met
Oh,
us in
that's
the hut.
right. That's right. You guys
And
met
I
Carrion
said,
at,
oh my god, I can't, what the fuck is
don't
that?
call Yandre's home a hut.
It was-
He shared that home with 2 very important people in his life.
That's fine. You can share a hut. That's a hut. I don't care.
That hut was a home.
I didn't
It's
say it
nicer
wasn't
than
a
a
home.
hut.
A hut can be a home.
Caleb did not
He
grow
lived
up
in a
hut.
bush.
He was
No.
born and partially raised in a hut
Born
before
in
it
the
burned
bush.
down.
yes.
But I lived
Now,
in
don't
a
you feel
hole.
like an idiot?
I lived in an exaggerated hole. That's all I lived in my entire life, essentially.
Okay. So,
I mean,
It was carved
with
out in a mountain.
quiet.
yeah.
As you guys kind of reacclimate to being in the prime,
Bill, fuck.
Ah, shit.
yeah,
Oh,
I
fuck.
imagine, I believe Caleb is the first to leave the group,
Yes.
packing up your things with Maelor, booking passage back to your home on the Isle of Yeldor, to the Valley of the Fates, to see your father and perhaps spend more time perusing the books that lie in the sanctum.
Yes. And doing research on things that involve the rift. And trying to help Maelor gain some sort of individualism back. That is the ultimate goal of what Caleb is doing. But first, he would be doing some R&R with Morgan in any capacity that he can.
Kelmac, I
Yes.
believe you are booking passage back to Summernest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and that area will be my first scouting grounds. Probably Terza. That is a very reliable source of revenge killings. But I will go see
Doing
my
that?
family.
Learning what you can about the Beastlands and the great tree that dwells there, and perhaps that bizarre shadowed figure that seemed to guide you back when you were in the brink of death so long ago. And then he's all. Time with Frigga, perhaps more adventures.
Yeah, Izal would not follow Kelmac back into Summerness. Would not follow
Too close to
Caleb.
your family.
It's like, I'm not looking to go back into a mainland situation. Wouldn't follow Caleb into the land of forgotten book learning. She would essentially hang out in Athoria, the island, the Shattered Isles, and what you would look at through history is the attachment of the Silver Knights of Mythal. Like small adventuring groups would go out and do their quests, and then as a small addendum to their things, like the Silver Knights of the Mythal also aided in this thing, because essentially as the only adventuring party member from that group, she would just kind of maintain that stoicness. Mostly because she was volunteering for any adventure she possibly could. She's would fall into that category of probably too strong for a lot of the lower level stuff. And when the guild hall calls for her to do something bigger, she would do it. And all of her downtime was spent with Frigga the entire time.
Yeah, and like a mission was put up to slay a rock that has completely eviscerated a cow farm.
Look at the history of that one quest. It's like, I guess I should probably take care of that problem then. It's like they eventually took care of that rock.
Yeah, it's like, Frigga, babe, I'll be back with dinner in just a little bit.
Like, we would probably go to the guild hall at the same time, and I'm just waiting around for someone. If there's not a quest appointed to me for a higher rank, it's like I'm going to like listen in and eavesdrop into people who's saying like, we should really do this, but we don't know if we're strong enough to do it. It's like, hey, I'll hop in and I'll join you. And I made their quest.
Pick up quests.
I made their quest way easier by sending in the higher level character to just tank their way through and like show them pointers and be an adventurer's guide essentially, while Frigga worked at the Adventurers Guild. But like any time that Calum, Yandere, Volred, Kelmac brought in any information of something like, hey, could you check in on this? Do you have a spare moment? It's like, I'll drop a hat. Let's go do it. Let's go check in with Godwin. Let's see if he's heard anything. I'm trying to keep as many tracks in as the rest of the party members as I can without going out and doing stuff, because I just don't have the magical abilities to do so. Although I do have a setting tone to Volred. And those are some weird-ass 25-word conversations every couple of days that turn into weeks, and then turn into, like, once a month I check in with him and just see how he's doing. And the time is weird for him. It's like, oh, it's been 3 months for me. It's been 2 or so days between messages. Or sometimes the same day. And it's like, how are you doing this?
To follow up with that, Caleb would often come back to spend time with Azal because she's spending time somewhere that he would frequently come back to. And if there is things that she needs assistance with, he would accompany her.
Yeah.
But more often than not,
on the occasion
more than
that you're
not.
still asked to go perform the rituals of ascertainment,
I'm a great
Yeah.
bodyguard.
you know, it's like, oh hey, I'll stop in. Especially considering you can just drop in on Valerion pretty much whenever you want.
Exactly, and that's the thing. And so he would spend some free time with Izal, considering going back and forth to other places, such as Summoness. He doesn't know how to do yet. But he would stop by and spend time with...
Terza, sometimes.
Yeah, still, he has no idea.
He's not from there.
But Yandere and Red, he would also try and go out there once he learns teleport, which will be next level. But
You mean
after
plane
that-
shift?
wait, teleport can go between planes, correct?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Then yes.
Only
once
plane
he-
shift can teleport you between
Once
planes.
he figures out how to plane shift, he would do that as well, but not yet.
We have Godwin for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be available sometimes, not all the time, because once I am able to track down a contracted target, I got it. How long until Cavale is like, look, listen, you can't just sit there and camp them.
Well, you almost soloed one of them by yourself, so if you being there is the ultimate deterrent, I don't think they're going to fight that one person.
a shade like didn't get the memo about watch out for the giant cat man in mithril plate armor.
There's
They get beat up once, run away, and they're like,
no
"Who's
chance.
this cat
No
guy?
chance
Is
they're in
his name
Summervale.
Telmac?" No. Don't just ignore it. The contract's canceled. Sorry.
Sorry,
Sucks.
bud. One of those.
Beware the lion that dons the silver armor.
One of the Sun Forgers or the Hands of the Gold Forge or the Silver Knights of the Mythal came in there. It's all the same fucking person.
It's
Okay.
the same fucking cat.
So, as
I would
the
say
group
at
disperses,
some point, I may ask you to come visit Moradun for some odd reason.
Who?
That's fine.
Moradun,
No, who are you asking that?
everyone.
Oh, most definitely.
So, as your group fragments and goes about some of your own business, taking care of personal things, the world moves on. No great world-changing events brought about by your actions, but perhaps finally some peace. The first moment that people have not been hounding your group, and you're allowed to carve out a little slice of the world, or other worlds, call your own, and figure out your own shit, and decide what's best for you. Now, we certainly plan on delving in to see what some of those stories are, and see how... Well, I predict several sequels in our future for these characters. But, nonetheless, we do reach the last page of this particular chapter of the Adventures of Athoria, and with that, the end of this particular story. Many more stories to tell, but looks like, unfortunately, that is a wrap for this particular one. Now, a couple of pieces of housekeeping. With the conclusion of this campaign, we got a good 6 months, I believe, before we plan on starting the next campaign. More details will come out until then. In the meantime, we still have content going on. We're not really going anywhere. Thursdays, we're still going to be doing the Black Tower games, although this particular Thursday, we have an Adjacent with Jace. So feel free to stop by and see that, 8 p.m. Central. Other than that, keep an eye out. We will be restreaming some of this campaign for those who need to get caught up. We also have some one-shots and mini-campaigns that we plan on doing. So feel free to stop by here every Tuesday, Thursday to see what new content we have available.
So keep track of our Facebook or Twitter for any live updates for what we're going to be posting for that week on a Tuesday, or joining on a Thursday. We typically are more active and live on those situations to let you know what we're coming up with. This Thursday, however, I have a special guest. I have invited in some of the creators of the DFW Critter Crew to come in and talk about some of the aspects of starting a cosplay / get-together group based around the Critical Role group, and I have them as a guest. And join us later in the month of September. I would like to get together the full-on group of Adjacent with Jace, where we get everyone on and we talk about this campaign, this whole 3-year run. Talk about our characters, talk about what we did, talk about what we didn't do, and talk about what we would do
So
differently.
much shit.
And maybe have
How
some...
many Thursdays do you have, Jace?
Maybe have some Q&As in there to figure out who can answer the random-ass questions I pull out of a hat about this campaign. But join us this Thursday for Adjacent with Jace at 8 p.m. for a DFW Critter Crew special, and then next Tuesday for probably a replay of the Adventures in Athoria, and then the following Thursday for the return of Black Tower Gaming takes on Baldur's Gate 3. Everyone have a great night. We will see you soon, and keep track of our socials for updates. Good night, everyone. Thank you all for this great
Good
journey of
night.
3 years, 131
Bye.
episodes. Have a great night.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Andy!